intlanganiso yange-15 ka-August yayichotshelwe uGeneral Mpembe.
If you're going to deal with it in cross-examination with the witness, was he present when this meeting took place?
Yes, he was, Chair.
Has he had an opportunity to read the document?
I don't know, Chair. Document discovered by Lonman, and the witness was present at the meeting, or so I understand. He'll no doubt confirm.
Are you going to deal with it before we take the tea adjournment?
I was planning to, Chair, but if necessary, I won't.
Well, I mean, we don't. I've said often here that I don't believe in litigation or commission by ambush, and so we want to be fair to everybody. Let's find out, Mr. Semenya, have you any suggestions in regard to this document and its use in cross-examination of this witness?
We have just been given the document now. I can confirm that we never consulted on the document with the witness at all. I don't know which aspects are...
He has spoken a bit about this meeting, but to be fair to him, if he's going to be questioned about it, I would have thought he should get a chance to read it first.
Indeed, Chair.
So you'll go along with that. So would it gravely inconvenience you, Mr. Badenda, if we ask you to hold your fire on this particular issue over until after the tea adjournment?
Chair, it arises right at the beginning of the cross-examination, and a great deal flows from it. So I would rather, if necessary, the witness...
Take the witness to read the document, would you say?
I don't know, Chair. I can tell you which pages I'm interested in. It's from page...
Oh, it's only 20 pages. We'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Chair, can I just say that...
Mr. Badenda, it's 20 minutes. It's a 20-page document. We'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Could I just explain, Chair? It consists of the transcripts of 2 meetings.
Yes.
I'm interested only in the transcript of the first meeting.
Oh, I see. So it's 670 to page?
Which ends at page 678.
I see. So it's only 8 pages.
Yes.
So we'll still adjourn for 10 minutes.
Sisathatha ikhefu for 10 minutes ukwenzela ugeneral akwazi ufunda kwenzeka kula maqembu ke kule nhlanganiso lamaqembu aphambi kwakhe emva kwensimbi imizuzu elishumi sawubuyela kakhona.
send them through for the witness to prepare advancedly.
No, that's just the briefing. That's the initial meeting. This is when they come back.
Ja?
hear me? Oh, okay.
Someone had everything. The commission is about to start. Masukumen Tonke.
Commission resumes. Maar generaal, ik neem aan niet kans gekregen om die hele document deur te lezen? Of hoe?
Ek het inderdaad, dankie voorzitter.
Dankie. Ik moet u daaraan herinneren dat hij nog steeds onder eed is.
General still under oath. He's been asked by chairperson if he had the chance of reading the document. He confirms yes.
utsho ke ulifumene ithuba lokufunda olu xwebhu ugeneral.
Mr. Badlander?
Thank you, Chair. Now, General Annandale, on Friday you received certain homework to look at some minutes to check that you were satisfied with them. Have you been able to do that?
Njengoba ngolwehlanu bendithe ke ukuyo ukufunda kwizinto ezazincokolwa phaa kulaa ntlanganiso uye walifumana ithuba lokwenza njalo na?
Voorzitter, vergun my net voor ek dit antwoord om net die agbare voorsitter en die lede van die kommissie te bedank vir die geleentheid wat ek gehad het op Vrydag.
Before answering to that question, allow Ms. Chairman to thank the commission and members for having given me the chance to do so. The chance that I was given on Friday.
Pamba ke ndizoqhubeka ngaleyo ndifuna ukubulela ke usihlalo ngoba bandinikele ithuba ndithenda linikwa ngolesihlanu.
Dan in antwoord op die vraag,
in answer to the question,
ek het die huiswerk op donderdag gekry en ek het inderdaad daarna gekyk.
I got their homework on Thursday and I indeed looked at it.
Ewe ke xa ndiphelula ndithi ke ndinikwe lo msebenzi ngolesine ndahamba ke ndawafunda lo maxwebhu.
General, you explained on Thursday that these are not the minutes of an annual general meeting of an association or the minutes of the board of directors of a company, so they aren't formal and they aren't detailed. So I can understand that they will not be comprehensive.
Utheke ngoku ayizi into ebezixoxwa okanye zithethwa kwintlanganiso ebeyibanjwe ngokusesikweni ezi lo mxwebhu bunalo okanye ezi minute ezi.
That is correct.
That is correct. Yes.
Njalo.
But can we accept that what is stated in those minutes is correct?
Singatsho uba yonke into ebhalwe phaa kula maxwebhu ke intlanganiso inyani.
Met die uitsondering van grammatika en spelfoute en dan enkele
the exception of grammatical and spelling mistakes and other
ngaphandle nje kwempazamo ezikhoyo kwindlela ke bekuthe kwabhalwa ngayo phaa.
En enkele ander aspekte is dit oor die algemeen korrek.
And other aspects in general it is correct.
Kodwa kweminye imibako yona into ephayana injalo.
Thank you. Now, could I ask you just to have another brief look at your statement?
Before we move on, what is the enkele andere aspecten? What are the few other aspects apart from spelling and grammar?
Ngaphandle ke impazamo ezenziweyo ngendlela ekubhalwe ngayo ngeyiphi eminye imiba ke othi ibhalwe ngobunjalo bayo?
Voorzitter, ek sal deur die notas moet werk om daarop die kommissie daarop te wys.
I will have to go through the notes, Mr. Chairperson, in order to be able to draw the commission's attention there too.
Kuzofuneka nifunde kuqala ngaphambi ba ndizozibonisa phaa kusihlalo ezo zinto ezo.
General, I don't want to, well, this is the Chair's question, so that I don't want to interrupt the Chair's question. There are only a few things in those minutes to which I want to refer you, and I'm happy for you to, how many matters are there that are problematic in the minutes?
Kwangoku ke izinto engathi ziyingxaki ezilapho zingaphi?
Ek kan hulle nou nie vandag tel nie, maar 'n hele aantal.
Quite a number, though I can't just as it is count them fast.
Nangona nginawuzibala ngokukhawuleza kodwa ke zininzi zona.
Chair, I'm concerned we may spend a long time going through minutes which may not, and amendments which may not be material. I'm prepared to take my chances.
Okay, very well.
Utakafuna uchitha ixesha ke ngoku kuba kuzobe kufundwa into ende okanye ezininzi kakhulu.
Then, General, could we go to your statement, which we dealt with last week, Exhibit GGG1.
Nasiye ke kwintetho enzileyo ke ngoku istatement sakho uGGG1.
And could we go back to the top of page 7, which we discussed last week?
Siye pha kuphepha ke lesixhenxe pha ngaphezulu kwinto besisho kuxa kule veki iphelileyo.
I just want to make sure that I understood your evidence correctly.
Ndifuna ukuqinisekisa uba nyhani ndikuve kakuhle kule nto ubuyithetha kubungqina bakho.
You'll see it says it was agreed that a contingency must be in place if the call to lay down arms fails, and that the South African Police Service will again deploy a visible monitoring force with an addition of standby POP Nyalas with barbed wire trailers positioned to deploy in case of aggressive actions from the protesters.
Lapho ndikwaithatha isigqibo into yobana ke ngoku kucwangciswe apho kuzothi ke ngoku kube abantu babekiswe phantsi izixhobo khona ukuba ke ngoku ukuba loo nto iyaphantsi ayenzeki ngamanye amazwi igqibe kuloo ndawo nizawuthi ke ngoku nithumela amapolisa azoba lapho ke ngoku kwakunye nabo bazabe belindile pha bephop abazoba ngeehipo zabo namacingo ahlabayo azobe lapho ke ngoku into engayenziwa ukuba kungenzeka into babaqhankqalazi benze ngobundlongondlongo.
The question is this: as I understand your evidence last week, that last part of that paragraph is intended to say the Nyalas with the barbed wire trailers will be prepositioned in case there is aggressive action from the protesters. Is that correct?
Utheke ngokuzabe ezilindile apho ke ngoku ihipo ezinocingo oluhlabayo uba kungenzeka uba kubekho into eyenziwa eludushe eyenziwa ngabaqhankqalazi.
Dit is korrek en ek het ook verduidelik dat dit tweeledig is.
That is correct, but I also mentioned that it was for two purposes.
Wayinyani kodwa ndiphinde ndatsho kwakhona uba yenziwe loo nto ngezizathu ezimbini.
Thank you, I've got that. Then can I move on related to that? Before the Nyalas with barbed wire trailers were pre-positioned, the strikers did not make any threats to the police.
Amba ke uziyomiswa pha ezihipo ezi zinocingo oluhlabayo akho zigrogriso ezenziwe ngabaqhankqalazi kumapolisa.
Verwys jy nou na die betrokke donderdagoggend die 16de?
Are you now referring to the Thursday in question, the 16th?
Uthetha ke ngalalesine we-16.
Well, let's start with the 16th, Thursday the 16th, yes. Were there any threats before the pre-positioning took place?
When ndithetha nge-16 ngolesine zikhona izigrogriso ezizathi zenziwa ngaphambi koba kuyomiswa ke pha ihipo.
Voorsitter, daar kon nie dreigemente gewees het nie want die polisie was nog nie ontplooi nie.
Mr. Chairperson, there couldn't have been any threats because the police were not deployed as yet.
Bengekho banozigrogriso ezenziwe ngoba amapolisa ayengakathunyelwa apho.
Die posisionering van die Lemmetjiesstraat
The positioning of the barbed wire, the trolleys,
het gesamentlik met 'n vlak 1 ontplooiing plaasgevind.
took place together with the stage 1 deployment.
Ukuba phayana ke ngoku ihipo ezinecingo oluhlabayo ziye yenzeka ngeli xesha bekusenzeka ke ulunqanaba okanye ustage 1 lo.
Thank you. And then just one other preliminary matter. As you said in your evidence in chief, implementing stage 3 was a last resort.
Njengotshilo obungqineni bakho xa ningena ku le into yokungena kwizinga lesithathu yayizoba into yokugqibela inyathelo lokugqibela.
Dit is korrek.
That is correct, sir.
Nyani le.
Now, can we go, well, right, I'm sorry. Now, we know that General Mpembe was the overall commander of the operation.
Siyazi ba uGeneral Mpembe nguye ke ukhomando wayengamele yonke lento ayisenzeka phaya.
Dit is korrek.
That is correct, sir.
Nyani leyo sihlalo.
On the evening of Wednesday, the 15th of August, you and he and General Naidu had meetings at Lonmin with the leadership of AMCU and the NUM.
Ngolesithathu ke ngomhla we-15 wena kunye noGeneral Mpembe noGeneral Ntuna ninentlanganiso nebambile pha eLonmin kunye neenkokheli ezize kunye neAMCU.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Injalo loo nto sihlalo.
Can we go to the transcript which Lonmin has provided of that meeting?
Masiye ke ngoku pha kolaa xwebhu lezinto ezazithethwa kuloo ntlanganiso elivela pha kuLonmin.
Can I take you to page 672?
Cela siye kuphepha u-672.
This is exhibit G4.
Ubungqina obizwa u-G4.
Right, and if I'm going to read from the second line. This is what General Mpembe says. So we need also to be addressed to that, because that is what we need to address in terms of. But the issue of whether they hand in firearms or they hand in, because we just want to assure you the intelligence is they are hiding out in their blankets.
Ngokufutshane ke ngoku uthi ke ngoku singaya kunqanaba elesithathu ngoba kungenzeka ba kukho ke ngoku lemipu bayiphethe okanye izinto ezi bazifihle ngaphakathi kwengubo zabo.
Then he goes on, it is going to be bloodshed.
Uzaba kuchitheko legazi.
We still have to resolve that.
Leyo funeke ke sisombulule.
We still have to resolve that, and we are no more prepared. We've already lost 2 police officers.
Funeke sisombulana leyo kodwa ke asikazilungiselele ngoba sesiphulukene namapolisa amabini.
We are no more prepared, and we are not going to lose another police officer.
Asikazilungiselele kwaye asoze kakhona siphulukane nelinye ipolisa.
And then the last sentence of that paragraph, I know that you also come up and say, but why are the police not intervening? But they cannot intervene in the situation that we see that it is going to cause more harm than good.
Uthi ndiyazi ukuba nizawuthi ke ngoku kuthena amapolisa angangeneleli. Abakwazi ukuthi bangenelele kwimeko enjalo ezawuthi ibangele kuba imeko iye ngokubambi kunokuba ilunge.
Now, General, I'll ask you some questions about this afterwards, but you recall that General Mpembe said that.
Usayikhumbula ke phamba ndikubuza into ba uzithethile izinto General Mpembe?
Voorsitter, nie presiese woorde soos dit nou weergegee word nie. Ek onthou strekkings.
Precise words as it appears here, Mr. Chairperson. I still remember.
Sakhumbula ke kodwa engawungqo amazwi awathethile angabhalwe apha.
I accept that. That's the general thrust of what he said.
When ndiyayamkela ke lonto leyo.
That is correct?
That is correct, yes.
Kunjalo.
Could you go to page 674? And you'll see at the foot of the page, General Mpembe is speaking again.
Paku 674 siyambona uyathetha kwakhona uGeneral Mpembe.
Then I'm going to read what he says from the 3rd line from the foot of the page. Now I need to do my job, and you all also call me to remove firearms. I cannot go there and disarm people. It would be bloodshed. So then I need go in a specific house, disarm them. That is the only way. You recall that?
Ubhale ke ngoku apha ke ngokuba kufuneka ngoku ke ngokuba ndenze umsebenzi wami and nanithi ndisuse ke ngoku izixhobo okanye imimpu andinawuhamba ndiye phaa ndiyobabekisa phantsi izixhobo abantu kuyawubakho uphalalo legazi ngoko ke kufuneka into yokubana ndiye kwindlu ethile ndiyokubabekisa khona izixhobo apho ngeyona ndlela leyo nosebenzi usayikhumbula loo nto?
Voorsitter, weer eens die breë strekking.
Broadly, the broader gist of what was said, yes.
What General Mpembe was really saying was, we've got to do it piece by piece, house to house, and he was asking NUM to help them find out where the weapons were being kept, in which houses. You remember that?
Usakhumbula ke into bana wayecela lento bavele bangaveli bayenze kancinci kancinci iNUM ibancede into bayazi into bana zigcinwe kweziphi izindlu izixhobo usakhumbula leyo?
As 'n gedeeltelik benadering tot die oplossing van die situasie, dis korrek.
As part of the solution to the problem, yes, that was correct. That is correct.
Ke njengesombululo kule ngxaki yayi lapho ke inyani leyo.
Then from line 7, I need to be told, I need to go to the house because that is the only way. Beating this elephant, I think it means eating this elephant, bit by bit, because me going there to the mountain, disarming people, it is going to be bloodshed. It is going to be bloodshed. That one I can assure you. Those blankets they have and those things, I saw being cut by police officers in front of me. They did that.
Uthi ke ngoku funeka nixelele funeka ndiye endlini ke ngoku ngoba yeyona ndlela leyo ukutya ke ngoku lendlovu kancinci kancinci ngoba ukuya kwampa entabeni ukuba ndiyawabekisa phantsi izixhobo zabo kuya kubakho uphalalo legazi uyawuba kuphalalo legazi leyo ke ndingaqinisekisa yona ngokuba ezo ngubo banazo apho zinezinto ndibone ke basika kanye bahlaba ngazo amapolisa phambi kwam bayenzile loo nto leyo.
Then if we go to line 22 on that page, 675, if you were there, President, you could count how many people, between 3,000 to 4,000. So if you charge those people with the number of police you have, with what they have cut the people, they are also psyched up. Definitely anyone would come up with that whatever thing. They will have to act, and we are also not prepared to use less bullets. And I know that you do not want us to shoot. Here it is that the police are shooting, are killing people, and we do not want to go that route. But at the same time, we are also not prepared that our members should die, but we have a duty to disarm.
Uyaphinda kakhona ukuba ubukhona apho mongameli buna ubabona ubabale phakathi kwamawaka amathathu uyotsho kwamane ukuba ke ngoku uthumela kuba amapolisa ke ngoku ngalento banayo ngezinto banazo bangasika kanye bahlaba ngazo amapolisa uthi ke ngoku umuntu angaza noba nayo intoni na kuzofuneka benze ke ngoku uthi nathi asizilungiselelanga ukusebenzisa ke ngoku imbumbulu ngokuba asifuni usivele nje sidubule ngoba ke ngoku kuthiwa amapolisa avela adubule babulala abantu asifuni uhamba ke londlela leyo kwakhona asizungiselela ukuba amalungu wethu ufuneke afika khona kodwa ke sinomsebenzi wokuba sibabekise phansi isixhobo.
And then at the foot of page 676, 3 lines from the foot of the page, I cannot go to the mountain. It has never been strategically in my training. I have not taught because I must disarm somebody. How do I de-arm somebody with an axe and I have a firearm? It will never work. There is no training in the whole world to be like that.
Uthi ke ngoku anayo yapha entabeni zange ke yenzeke lonto leyo nakuqeqesho lam kwaye zange ke ndiyifundise kodwa kuba mandibekise phansi umuntu izixhobo ndimbekisa phansi umnjani umuntu izixhobo ke ngoku ophethe izembe mna ndiphethe umpu ayinawusebenza leyo alukho kuze lonke uqeqesho lolo hlobo.
So what General Mpembe was saying to the NUM leaders was, if we confront these people on the Kopi, psyched up as they are, and try to take their arms from them, if you have a confrontation between a man with an axe and a man with a rifle, there's going to be bloodshed.
Into wayithetha ngamanye amazwi ngokufutshane into yokuba ubuya ke ngoku umuntu onjalo uyokuba nongquzulwano okanye indibano kunye naye yena iphethe izembe wena uphethe umpu kuzawubakho uphalalo legazi.
Spesies na die strekking van die woorde kyk, dit is korrek, ja.
If you look at the words as they stand, yes, that is correct.
Wajonga ngale ndlela bhalwe ngayo ke lamazwi injalo lento.
So what we have here, General, is that the overall commander, the night before Stage 3 was implemented, said that trying to disarm the protesters on the Kopi was likely to lead to bloodshed.
Ke lo ukomanda wayongamele apho kwaphambi bakuzongena kwizinga elilesithathu ke ngoku wathi ukuzama ukubekisa phansi abantu abephethe amazembe kwelo hlobo lonto iyawukhokhelela kuphalalo legazi.
Voorsitter, dit is dan juist hoekom ons die uiteendryf aksie gehad het sodat ons nie die mense in die groep soos hulle by Koppie geposisioneer is.
That is exactly the position, Mr. Chairman. That is why we had we wanted to dispose the people away from to disperse the people away from the Kopi.
Yayinjalo nje lonto sasibafuna ke pha abantu kubahlakaza pha entabeni.
Omdat ons juis nie 'n groep van so wat 400 wou konfronteer terwyl hulle in 'n naby groep geposisioneer is of gegroepeer is nie.
We did not want to approach the 400 or so people while they were in such a closed group.
Sasingafuni ke ukuthi siye kwabantu abangamakhulu amanebe abanizonhlobo ngelixesha bona babesesondelelene kakhulu.
En dis juis hoekom ons die groep kohesie wou breek deur hulle uiteen te dryf sodat hulle in klein groeperings is.
That is the reason we wanted to have a dispersal to disperse these people so that they could be broken into smaller groups.
Lono sasifuna ukubahlukanisa abantu kwenzela ibe ngamaqela amancinci.
Wat dan hanteerbaar is vir ontwapening.
Which would have been easier to handle for the purposes of disarming them.
Kwakuzoba lula ukuba masebenze ngabo basikwazi ubabekisa phansi izixhobo.
The plan for Operation Platinum and for Stage 3 was in place before the evening of the 15th of August.
Kuthiwe ke ngosicwangciso senziwayo phamba kungena inqoloba lesithathu sasisenziwe ke ngaphambi komhla we-15 ka-August.
That is correct, yeah?
That is correct, yes.
So when he said those words, General Mpembe knew that Stage 3 involved a dispersal followed by a disarming.
Ngokwayisitsho ke ngoku uGeneral Mpembe wayesazi into yoba apha ke ngoku kwinqanaba lesithathu kwakuzofuneka kuhlukaniswa abantu kwaye babekiswe phantsi izixhobo zabo.
Generaal Mpembe wou oordra,
General Mpembe wanted to bring forth,
soos ek het waargeneem het,
as I observed it,
dat daar 'n geweldige verantwoordelikheid is op die leierskap van die Unie,
that there was a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the leaders, the union leaders,
dat
Wayezama ukuyitsho ngamanye amazwi ke yena uGeneral Mpembe nokuba kwakhuxanduva ke olukhulu emagxeni eenkokheli ezi union,
dat hulle lede so ver moet kry om die wapens neer te lê,
that it was their duty to, as much as they can, to get their members to put down the arms.
kuba nabo luxanduva lwabo ukubekisa phantsi amalungu abo izixhobo.
en uiteraard sou hy nie die totale strategie van die polisie op die tafel gelê het nie.
And as a result, he did not put down the whole strategy of the police on the table then.
Esi sizathu ke zange akwazi ukupha sonke isicwangciso ngelo xesha amapolisa ayenaso.
General, did General Mpembe know when he said those words that stage 3 would involve dispersal and then disarming?
Ngexesha wathetha amazwi uGeneral Mpembe wayeyazi into yoba phaa kuyinqanaba ke ngoku lesithathu kuzawufuneke ngoku kuhlakazwe izihlwele kwaye babekiswe phantsi izixhobo.
Dit was reeds die beplanning vanaf die Dinsdagmiddag.
It was already the plan from the afternoon of the Tuesday.
Yayisisicwangciso ke ngoku sasangolesibini ke ngoku emva komini.
General, also, a man with an axe, a man who is in a small group and carrying an axe. Well, let me start the question again. Let's presuppose a man in a small group who is carrying an axe.
Sithi ke umntu ke okwiqela ke labantu abambalwa uphethe izembe.
He is hyped up and he is refusing to hand it over.
Kwaye akafuni ukuba anikele ngalo elizembe lakhe.
If there's a confrontation between him and a man with an automatic weapon, there's likely to be bloodshed.
Ukuba ke ukhungquzulwano phakathi kwakhe nomuntu ophethe isixhobo esisebenza sizitshintsha ngokwaso ngoqinisekileyo kuzaba kuphalalo legazi.
Voorsitter, nee.
Chairperson, no.
Ayisihlalo.
Daar is 'n verhoogde risiko sonder twyfel.
There is a risk, a high risk, without any doubt, yes.
Ngaphandle kwentandabuzo ke ingozi ke lonto ininzi.
In my loopbaan het ek al tientalle gevalle waargeneem.
In my career, I have seen many such occurrences.
Umsebenzi wami ke ndibone into ezininzi ezinjalo zenzeka.
Tientalle, tens of cases like that.
Tens of cases like that, yes. Tientale for.
Amatyala amaninzi ke apho imeko ezininzi apho into ezinjalo zazisenzeka.
Waar is die getalle verhouding van vaardige polisiebeamptes teenoor sodanige persoon wat so 'n wapen dra?
In the case of quite an experienced police officer against such a person. I'm sorry.
No, die verhouding, die numbers.
It's the relationship, isn't it? The ratio of police to protesters. The point being made, I think, is if the ratio of police to protesters who are going to be disarmed is great, in other words, there are far more policemen than protesters, then the situation is different. I think that's what he's saying. Is it reg?
Dit is reg, dis die ratio tussen aantal polisiebeamptes en sodanige bedreiging.
Yes, I'm talking of the ratio between police and such protesters.
Dat so 'n persoon ontwapen kan word sonder dat daar beserings is.
That such a person could be disarmed without there being
beserings,
without injuries.
Ejenge namanani ke ngoku nokubekiswa kwaphantsi kwabantu izixhobo phantsi apho bekunokwenzeka kungekho konzakala.
General, you said that, as you said, implementing stage 3 was the last resort.
Uthe ke ukungena pha kwinqanaba lesithathu yayizoba linyathelo lokugqibela.
Laaste aktiwiteit of aksie stap in
Last action or step,
Inyathelo ke ngoku lokugqibela.
maar gesien in die konteks van wat ek reeds vroeër in my getuienis verduidelik het.
seen in the context of what I've already explained.
Ibonakala kule nto ke bendisendiyichazile.
Pertinent die onderhandelings wat val.
Pertinently, the negotiations.
Ngakombi ke into eziquka uthethathethwano.
Maar pertinent die verhoogde risiko.
But pertinently the risk, the heavy risk, the high risk.
There's increased risk.
Pertinently, the increased risk, yes.
Ngibonela ingozi ke ngoku ubungozi buthe bongezeleka.
Wat hand in hand sal gaan met so gewapende groep wat in die gemeenskap in beweeg.
Which went hand in hand with such a heavily armed group which intended going to the residential areas.
Yayihambisana kunye na leqela lelixhobe kakhulu ke ngoku elalinenjongo lokuhamba liye kwindawo yokuhlala.
General, I want to suggest to you that it's quite logical that it was a last resort precisely because of the high risk to which General Mpembe referred.
Ke yayinto ingozi enkulu ke kwenza njalo ngakumbi ke kulento wayibhekisa kuyo okanye wathetha ngayo uGeneral Mpembe.
Maar dis beide risiko's, voorsitter, die risiko waarna generaal Mpembe verwys het dat ons nie wil onnodige konfrontasie hê nie, maar ook die risiko in terme van so 'n groep wat in die gemeenskap ingaan.
These were both risks. The one General Mpembe referred to that he didn't want to go to, and the other risk.
This armed group moved into the communities.
Armed group moving into the communities.
Ke ngelento ke ngoku ingozi ingathetha wayithetha ngayo uGeneral Mpembe nale wayithetha ukuba aba baxhobileyo bangahle baye pha kwindawo yokuhlala eyayikufuphi apho.
Yes, I'll come back to that other risk a bit later.
Ndizawubuyela ke kwingozi yesibini ke emva kwexesha.
Now, the JOCCOM met on Thursday the 16th of August at 0600 hours and decided to continue with the previous day's monitoring and negotiation.
Kule ntlanganiso ke ngoku yomhla we-16 pha kwiJOCCOM ngentsimbi yesithandathu baye baqhubekeka kuyo ngokuthi bazawugqibezela kule nto babeyenza ngemini edlulileyo yokuba kungene kuthethethethano kwaye kuzowujongwa imeko apho.
Monitoring, dis korrek, ja?
Monitoring, yes, that's correct.
Ukujonga ke inyani.
And the JOCCOM had in front of it that morning a crime intelligence report which said that the strikers would not lay down their arms. Could you have a look at TT5?
Awukho ingxelo ke uke khutshwe phazi intloli ke ngokuzolo phulomthetho apho babesithi ke ngokuloo ntlanganiso into yokuba iqela eli labaqhankqalazi sibona abazobeka phansi isixhobo. Ndicelwe ujonga phaa ku-TT5.
If you look, you have TT5?
TT5?
Not yet.
Okay, TT5.
Then you'll see this is the crime intelligence information provided to us by the South African Police Service.
Ke ngoku lingxelo yayiphuma ke ngoku ala mapolisa ngoku aza nolwazi ke olu bona aba bazintloli.
Would you go to paragraph 9 on the second page?
Cela phaa kuphepha lesibini uye ku paragraph 9.
And I'll read what paragraph 9 says.
Fundela ke nguthini paragraph 9.
On 2012-08-15 at the ProvJoc meeting, a discussion took place with regard to the disarming and dispersion of the striking mine workers. Brigadier Engelbrecht held a view in favor of negotiations with the group who always gather at the Koppie and disperse during the evenings. The view was further based on an analysis of the striking workers' behavior during the incident of 13 August 2012, where the police officials were killed. They were all armed with different kinds of dangerous weapons. They became agitated when their comfort zone was threatened and made it clear that they will never surrender their weapons as they needed the weapons to protect themselves against NUM members.
Itike ukuthiwa apha ke ngoku ngomhla we-15 ka-Agasti 2012 kuyintlanganiso ye-ProvJoc kwakho ingxoxo yabanjwa apho malunga ke nokubekisa phansi izixhobo kwabantu kunye nokuhlakaza isihlwele abasebenzisi abo basemgodini babeqhankqalaza. uBrigadier Engelbrecht ke ngoku wayenombono wokuba into bakwenze uthethathano neqela ababedibana pha kwekopi ukwenzela into bana bazawukwazi ukuhlukaniswa ke ngoku babehlukana kakhona ngobusuku. Umbono ke wayewenza iphezu kwalo indlela wathi waphonulanga ngayo kuba indlela babeziphathe ngayo kanye into isehlo esenzeka ngomhla we-13 kaAugust apho ke ngokwabula wakhona amapolisa babexhobile benezihlobo izixhobo ezahlukeneyo ezinobungozi baye bacaphuka ke xa befumana begrokiswa kwindawo yabo beziva bekhululeke kuyo kwaye babebonakala into bazimiselanga into bakanikezela ngezixhobo zabo ngoba babezifuna into bazozikhusela ngazo phaa kumalungu enum.
Then on the next page, the third page, which is some sort of annexure, that's a crime intelligence input at the JOC at 12 o'clock on the 16th of August. Do you see that?
Sorry, Mr. Butler, before you move on to that, shouldn't you put parrot 10 on the footer page 2 to the witness, or at least you're going to do that later?
I'm just not sure of the time of that, but let me put it, yes.
It looks as if it's part of the 6 o'clock report.
Could be. Paragraph 10 says, General, on 2012-08-16, during a ProvJoc meeting where the disarming and dispersing of the group at the Kopi was discussed, Colonel Isaacs, CI, that's Criminal Intelligence, representative at the ProvJoc for the day, advised that many strikers had dangerous weapons with them, and informers reported they would not hand their weapons to the police and that the situation was tense. See that?
Asibona ke uleyo mhla ka-16 August ke ngoku kunentlanganiso ye-ProvJoc apho ke ngoku wakuxoxwa ngomba wokubabekisa phansi kuthiwa wayemele ke ngoku yena i-crime intelligence ke ngoku ngalamini waye wacebisa ukuba abaqhankqalazi bayiphethe izixhobo ezininzi ezinobungozi kwaye ke ngoku babexelwe namongcothoza ukuba abasoze bazibeke phansi izixhobo ke nokuba bathi kakhona imeko imaxongo.
As the chairs pointed out, that's according to the police presentation L was said at 6 o'clock in the morning of the 16th of August.
Njengoba uxephula amapolisa u-L kuchaziwe nakhona into yoba yayintlanganiso yayibanjwe ngentsimbi yesithandathu kusasa ekuseni.
Then finally, a further report is the annexure, which is the report at 12 o'clock on the 16th of August. And there, paragraph 3 says the following: according to information received, the group will decline to surrender these dangerous weapons to the police. The dangerous weapons is referring to spears, assegais, and pangas in the previous paragraph. Information also indicates that the mine workers will not leave the Kopi and are prepared to fight if their demands are not met, which includes resisting the police. You see that?
Uyabona ke unalapha into yoba ngokolwazi olufumeneke ngoku iqela eli abazokwala ukubeka okanye ukunikezela ngezixhobo zabo emapoliseni. Nolwazi olufumeneke luyasibonisa into yokubana bana basoze bamke phaa entabeni kwaye bazimisela into yoba bazawulwa kuba iimfuno zabo azenzekanga azalisekiswanga. Loo nto iquka kakhona ukuba baxhathise xa amapolisa eza kubo.
I take it you confirm that the JOCOM received those reports from crime intelligence.
Ke ngoku balifumana ke ngoku abaseJOCOM ke ngoku ulwazi olunjalo alivela ke kwaba intloli ezi.
Slegs 'n regstelling, voorsitter.
Just a correction, Mr. Chairperson.
Into nje ndifuna uyilungisa.
Daar was nie 'n JOCOM om 12 uur op die 16de nie.
There was no JOCOM at 12 o'clock on the 16th.
The party launched over
Konhlanganiso
the
yeJOCOM
weekend was set
yahlalwa
up.
ngo-16 ngentsimbi ye-12.
Dit wat in die
Petro
aanhangsel na
SA's
verwys word.
chairperson has
Which is
vacated
referred
his
to in
position.
this annexure.
Ekubhekiswa kuyo ke apha kuluxwebhu.
Petro SA's
Was na verwys tydens die 6 uur vergadering wat ons gehad het op die 16de.
This has reference to the meeting that was held at 6.
Le nto ibhalwe apha ke ithetha ngale nto kule ntlanganiso ibanjwe intsimbi yesithandathu.
Met die verskil dat Kolonel Isaacs op 6 uur het hy gemeld dat daar 300 mense reeds op die Koppie was.
With the exception that Colonel Isaacs at 6 o'clock mentioned that there were 300 people on the copy.
Ngaphandle kwala ithetha uColonel Isaacs into yoba phaa entabeni ke kwakho abantu ngela xesha abangamakhulu amathathu phaa entabeni.
Maar tydens die spesiale JOCOM vergadering om 13:30
There was a special
Petro
JOCOM meeting
SA's
at
chairperson has
13:30.
vacated
Kwakho
his
intlanganiso
position
ke
and
ayibanjwe ikhethekileyo phaa ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
die informasie bevestig en daar was verwys dat daar 3000 mense nou op die Koppie is.
Where the information was then confirmed. At that time there were 3,000 people on the
Apho
copy.
kwangqinisiswa into yoba ngelo xesha abantu babesebe phaa entabeni babengabangaka amathathu.
General, does that mean that this report set out in the annexure, headed Crime Intelligence Input at JOC, pertaining to decision to disarm the people, 2012-08-16, 1200, was before the JOC at 1:30 to 13:30?
lento yayipha kujok ke ukupha ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
Voorsitter, soos ek het verstaan het hy dit opgedateer om 12 uur.
Please understand.
I understand it.
He wrote this report at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
The JOC was it in session at 12 o'clock?
Dis hy.
But you say that at 1:30, 13:30, he certainly confirmed there were now 3,000 people.
Dit is korrek.
And did he also state the rest of what's in this document, i.e. Paris 2, 3 and 4?
Voorsitter, ek weet nie of hy het in presiese detail weer herhaal het nie. Ek dink daar was meer 'n verwysing dat die situasie nog steeds is soos wat dit die oggend was tydens die 6 uur.
I don't know if he repeated it in exactly the same terms, Mr. Chairperson, but there was mention that the situation is still as tense as it was earlier reported.
You see, there's a difference, because what obviously is a reference to 6 o'clock is at parrot 10 on the previous page. That says the situation is tense. This now says the situation is currently very tense. So, if you received this information from criminal intelligence, or crime intelligence, you would have been told that the situation is now more tense than it was at 6 o'clock. If you received the information, you'd have heard that. Is that not so?
Ngebetsheke ngokukuni ngela xesha be intloli ezi imeko imaxongo ukudlula ngela xesha bemaxonga kumbi kwale meko ibi lapho ke ngentsimbi yesithandathu.
Voorsitter, soos die verslag hierso opgestel is,
As it's stated in the report here, Mr. Chairperson,
was dit nie sodanig ingehandig nie. So ons het nie 'n geskrewe verslag gekry nie.
we did not have a written report.
I understand that, but are you saying that this information, which was obviously recorded I take it at noon on the 16th by Colonel Isaacs, all of this was not conveyed to the JOC at 1:30?
Le ntlanganiso ke ngoku ungathi izinto ziye zasiwa okanye zathethwa phaa kwijok phaa ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
Voorsitter, my waarneming was
My observation, Mr. Chairperson, was
dat niks verander het van die oggend 6 uur nie, behalwe
nothing had changed from 6 o'clock in the morning, except
dat die aantal persone op die koppie nou van 300 na 3000 vermeerder het.
except that the number of people had increased from 300 to 3,000 in the afternoon.
Sodat dit meer tens was, very tens was.
It was very tense.
Daar was ek kan dit net nie eenvoudig net nie so waar, of ek het dit net nie so waargeneem nie.
I did not understand it or observe it that way.
Into endingayithethe ke ngunto ba phaa ngentsimbi yesithandathu inani la xa siya kweli xesha ke kule cala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala lalisolengezekile inani labantu kodwa ingenayingqinisisa into yokubana imeko yaye yaba maxongo ngakumbi nangakumbi.
Yes, and you see, in the occurrence book, which is FFF 25, at 11:20, it already said situation report, Papa 1 reported. That's obviously a different person, not Colonel Isaacs, but Papa 1 reported the group were moving towards Inyala. Group leader asked the police officials to remove their wires. He said he's not going to ask them again, as he's also aggressive. About 3,500 people gathered. That's what that report says. So already it would seem around about 11:30, you knew that there were now between 3,500 people at the copy. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr.
Phakathi kwentsimbi yeshumi elinambini uyotsho kwicala emva kwentsimbi imini emva kwentsimbi yeshumi elinanye bendisendisazi into yoba kukho abantu abangamawaka amane ngelo xesha uthi ewe injalo loo
report that you'd received at 6 o'clock in the morning was still valid. Is that right?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
kunjalo sihlalo.
Just to repeat myself, General Annandale, at the JOCCOM meeting at 6 o'clock that morning, it was decided to continue with the previous day's monitoring.
Kula ntlanganiso ebanjwe phaa kujocom ngentsimbi yesithandathu kuba bathatha isigqibo into yoba baqhubekeke ngale ndlela bebesebenza ngayo kuba bayawujonga phaya.
Onder andere, ja.
Amongst others, yes.
Ewe yenye yezinto ke leyo yayiza kwenziwa.
The JOCCOM didn't decide then to implement stage 3.
Zange ithatha isigqibo ijocom yokuba kuzawungenwa ke ngoku kwinqanaba eli lesithathu.
Nee,
No.
Hayi.
But what the JOCOM didn't know, General, at the time of that meeting, was that the previous night, a decision had already been made to implement stage 3 if the strikers did not lay down their weapons.
Into engaziwa yiJOCOM into okubana ke ngoku kuzawungenwa kwinqanaba
Are you
lesithathu
aware of
ukuba
that?
abantu abafuna ubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo. Ubunolwazi ngaloo nto leyo?
Nee, ek is nie bewus daarvan dat daar 'n besluit was nie. Daar was besluit dat ons sou verder vergader sou die situasie sodanig deeskaleer.
I am not aware of that. The decision was that if this position escalates, that there would be.
General, will be given...
Mr. Butler, it's now going on for 11:15, so when we reach the convenient stage, I don't mean to interrupt you, when we reach a suitable stage, we'll take the German, but you tell me when it's a suitable stage.
Thank you, Chair. Just this one, and then I can adjourn. Yes, please. Then we can adjourn. Could you have a look at General Mbombo's statement, which will be given to you?
Kukho ke ngoku i-statement esikhutshwayo saka General Mbombo apha kule commission
exhibit.
sifunde.
Triple G5.
General, could you go to page 7 of that statement, paragraph 18? You have it? I'll read it. On Wednesday, the 15th of August 2012, while I was attending the National SAPS Management Forum meeting in Midrand, Johannesburg, I received telephonic feedback from Major General Mpembe to the extent that there has been an agreement between AMCU and SAPS that the following day at 0900 hours the protesters shall lay down weapons and disperse peacefully. I took the opportunity to apprise the National Commissioner of the situation in Marikana and that if negotiation efforts fail, I shall instruct members to disperse, disarm and possibly arrest the protesters. You see that?
Yayibona apho kubhalwe khona ukuba ngolesithathu ke ngomhla we-15 kaAgasti ngeli xesha ndandikwi-forum ke ngoku yamapolisa ephaa eMidrand eRhawutini ndafumana ke ngoku ingxelo ngomnxeba yayivela kuMajor General Mpembe awayindixelela khona into yokuba kukho isivumelwano ngenokuso phakathi kwamapolisa kunye ne-AMCU ukuba ngemilandela ngentsimbi yethoba abaqhankqalazi bazawubekiswa phantsi bazawubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo kwaye chitheke apho ngoxolo. Ndaye ndasebenzisa lithuba ukwazisa ke ku-National Commissioner ngemeko apha eMarikana nokubana ukuba imizamo lena yothethathethwano yayiphanza ndizawuxelela ke ngoku amapolisa anga into yoba abenze bachithe isihlwelesi babebekise phantsi izixhobo kwaye kuba kuyenzeka babambe abaqhankqalazi. Uyayibona leyo?
Ek sien dat dit so vermeld is, dis reg voorstel.
I see it is mentioned as you put it, Mr. Chairperson.
We inje ngale ndlela ke uyibeke ngayo.
And I put it to you that that can only mean that if the protesters do not lay down their arms and disperse, stage 3 will be implemented.
Kuthiwa ke ngokuba ababeki abaqhankqalazi phantsi izixhobo zabo bachitheke apho kuzawungenwa ke ngokunqanaba eli lesithathu.
Ek dink slegs Luitenant-Generaal Mbombo kan sê wat sy daarmee bedoel.
I think only General Mbombo can explain what she meant to convey by this.
Ndicinga uba nguGeneral Mbombo yedwa ke ongazicacisa uba wayithetha ntoni ngale nto.
I understand, General. That would be a convenient time, Chair.
Be a German.
Sisayophunga siyawuphinda sibuyeni kakhona.
Oh, that's good. That's undisputed. Huh? But what's she going to say?
The commission is about to start. Is a study commission, Masukmen.
The commission resumes. Major General is nog steeds on it. Mr. Bartender.
Thank you, Chair. General, on the morning of Thursday, the 12th of August, the Provincial Commissioner arrived at the JOC at about 8:30 or 9 o'clock after the JOCCOM meeting had ended.
16th of August, afika emva kwentla ye-JOCCOM ngomhla we-12 ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesibhozo.
16de die oggend is korrek.
16th the morning, yes.
Yayintsasa nge-16.
And she then held a media briefing.
Wabamba ke ngoku ingxelo noentatheli, wanika ingxelo kwintatheli.
Ons het saam met haar vertrek vanaf die JOC area
We left together with her from the JOC area
na ander kantore van Lonmin waar daar dan 'n media briefing was ongeveer 09:30.
to other offices at Lonmin where there was this briefing about 9:30.
Samka kunye ke ngoku saya pha mipha ku-JOC apho kwakukho le ngxelo iyayikhutshwa inikwa khona ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.
Chair, I'm going to ask for a short extract from AAA 13 to be played to the Commission.
Ndawucela pha ku AAA 13 ubungqina bokuba ngokufutshane kudlalwe pha kumabonakude ke lo mfanekiso sobe siubona udlalwa phaya.
I did ask for it before we look at the picture, look at the video clip. We did ask for a transcript of this to be prepared. Has it been prepared?
We have asked the police and they're in the process of doing it, Chair.
When is it going to be available, Mr. Smanya? Do you know?
I'll inquire, but to make all effort to have the transcript available.
Yes, thank you.
I don't want to explain to you if they don't, what then?
I'm
What
afraid
I told you is
maybe everyone else can hear, but I can't. So would you put the volume up for my benefit?
Uthakava kakuhle ucela ke bongeze ivolume.
And could we again go to the right to the beginning of that clip, please?
Sorry, for those going to follow it, there is a summary of what she said at slide 154 of Exhibit L.
Ku L154
we will ask them to leave. But then, I don't want to explain to you if they don't, what then? What I told you is, today we are ending this matter.
So, General, what the Provincial Commissioner announced was that if the strikers did not leave the Kopi voluntarily, stage 3 would be implemented, and it would be implemented that day.
Uthi ke na uCommissioner wephondo pha into ukuba abantu ngokukwabo abahamki pha entabeni bazawuthi ke bangena apha kwinqanaba eli lesithathu stage 3.
Agbare voorsitter, ek het dit nie so gehoor nie.
Chairperson, I did not hear it that way.
Can we play the clip again for you to listen to?
I've made my own transcription. Can I read it to you, General? She says, "We will ask them to leave, but then I don't want to explain to you if they don't, what then? What I told you is today we are ending this matter."
Uthe ke ngisabocela ukuba bahambe kuba bahambi anizawuxelela into bana ba kuza kwenzeka ntoni na kodwa into enizayithetha into bana namhlanje siyayigqiba le yaphela lento namhlanje.
Voorsitter, ek het nie stage 3 gehoor nie, dat ek vir sê die konteks waarin ek dit verneem het.
Chairperson, I did not hear stage 3, but the context in which I understood it.
Kange ndimve ke ethetha ngezinga ke eli lesithathu.
Die vorige aand taamlik laat, die vorige aand die 15de.
The evening before, quite late in the evening.
Ngobusuku ke obungezolo.
Was daar gesprek geweest tussen Luitenant-generaal Mbombo en generaal Mpembe?
There was a discussion between the generals Mbombo and Mpembe.
Maar ook daar was gesprek tussen generaal Mbombo en myself.
But there was also a discussion between General Mbombo and myself.
Was a telefoniese gesprek?
This was telephonic. This was a telephonic discussion.
En ek het vir haar oorsig van die dag se gebeure gegee.
I gave an overview of the day.
En ek het dan haar gemeld dat ons 'n uiters konstruktiewe gesprek gehad het.
I also mentioned to her that we had a very constructive discussion.
Met die presidente van NUM as ook AMCU.
With the presidents of NUM and AMCU.
President we NUM no we AMCU.
En veral die gesprek met meneer Matunwa van AMCU.
And particularly the discussion with Mr. Matunja of AMCU.
No President we AMCU Mhlekazi Matunja.
Het my laat glo dat ons die volgende dag aan hy sy lede oortuig om hulle wapens neer te lê.
The discussion I had with him convinced me that he would be able to convince his people to put down their arms the following day.
En dit was in die konteks wat die provinsiale kommissaris dan van ons af verneem het.
It was in this context that the provincial commissioner was made to understand from us.
Waar sy verwys het dat die proses sal beëindig word die betrokke dag.
Where she refers to the process being ended the following day.
General, I'm sorry, but that won't work. She says, I don't want to explain to you if they don't what then. What I told you is today we are ending this matter. You say that means actually today we hope it will end.
Ngoba utha into ayithethayo ke ngoku wathi anzonixelela bantwana esizawuyenza kodwa into endiyithethayo into ba yonke lento namhlanje iyaphela okanye sayiphelisa yonke namhlanje lento le.
Nie hoop nie, rede om te glo.
Not hope but reason to believe.
Wayengathembi nje kodwa wayenesizathu sokuba kholwe.
General, she made that announcement at 9:30, by which stage the so-called undertaking had already not been met.
This doesn't say there was undertaking. What he said, to be fair to him, what he says is that his understanding was that Mr. Matunja said he thought that he would be able to convince of the mense te oortuig to lay down their arms. And as he said in his evidence in chief, Mr. Matunja never made a promise. It was his understanding that Mr. Matunja thought, was fairly confident I think, that he could persuade them to lay down their arms. Now there's a difference between Matunja persuading them and a promise from the night before that it would happen. So he didn't say, what you put isn't quite accurate. May I suggest you reformulate your question?
That's why I referred to so-called undertaking, because we were at IDEM, there was no undertaking, or could have been none. But in any event, let me put it this way. By 9:30, when the provincial commissioner gave her press briefing, her media briefing, she already knew that the hope that by 9 o'clock the weapons would be laid down had not been fulfilled. Or the expectation that by 9 o'clock the weapons would be laid down had not been fulfilled.
Elixesha ke ngoku wayinika ingxelo kwintatheli yena uGeneral Mbombo wayesesazi into yokuba lento uyayitshenjisa uba iza kwenzeka intsimbi yethoba zange yenzeke yayingekenzeki.
Voorsitter, dit is verseker nie so nie.
Chairperson, it's certainly not so.
Akunjalo.
Ons het die jog area verlaat voor 9:00 die oggend.
She left the jog area before 9 in the morning.
Wamngapha ke kujog ngaphambi kwentsimbi yethoba kusasa.
Omdat die media of die persverklaring wat sy sou uitreik om 9:00 veronderstel was om te begin.
Because the media briefing she was to undertake was arranged for 9 o'clock.
Oba malungiselelo lenzo into ba lengxelo ezawunikwa intatheli yenzeke ngentsimbi yethoba.
So dit is nie waar wat advokaat Badlinger sê nie.
So what land advocate has said is not true.
Okay, lento ithethwa ke ngummeli ayinyani.
Ek wil ook net meld dat die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens is
I also want to mention that the South African Police Services
Ndifuna ukuthi ke nabo South African Police Service
baie afhanklik om in vennootskap met verskeie rolspelers
are dependent on partnership with different role players.
basebenzisana kwakunye nabantu abahlukeneyo.
En veral in openbare orde polisieering.
And particularly in matters of public order policing.
Ngakumbi ke kwimiba ebhekisene kwi-public order police.
En ons het pertinente rede gehad om te glo dat meneer Matunwa beheer het oor die situasie in terme van dat hy sy lede sou oortuig om wapens
And we
neer
had
te lê.
pertinent reasons to believe that Mr. Matunjwa is in a position to convince his members
Sasikholelwa ke ngokusinezizathu sokholelwa nobana angakwazi ukuthetha nabantu bakhe bamve yena Mhlekazi Mathunjwa.
En u my sal toelaat meneer die voorsitter om te verwys na
allow
stuk G4
chairperson to refer to the exhibit G4.
Certainly, what page?
Op bladsy 17 of 686 soos hy gemerk is op die regterkant 686.
At 686 as it is marked.
Nou as ek kan verwys na die tweede keer op die bladsy wat meneer Matunwa aan die woord is.
If I could refer to the second time on the page where Mr. Matunjwa is speaking.
Bangathetha ke amazwi ke ngoku Mr. Mhlekazi Mathunjwa ngelixesha wayethetha okwesibini.
And I call on, we will advise them the easiest way, wherever you are. Just leave anything here and move away, and then from there I think things will work better. But do not think that if those weapons are not brought back, you will escape the wrath of the wrath of the justice. They will be pursuing the individual until such time. This is a challenge that everyone should use for the betterment of everyone.
Uthi siyawuba xabisa ke ngayona ndlela elula ukuba noba uphi ukhoyo shiya yonke into nayo apho usuke apho ngoba ndicinga uba izinto zizawukwazi ukuba zisebenze kodwa ningacinga uba into ukuba izozixhobo ke ungazibuyiswa nina nizawukwazi ukuba ingqumbo yabezomthetho okanye yobulungisa nibaleke bazawuleqa ke ngoku omnye nomnye kuze kufikelele xesha lento ngumcelingeni kumuntu wonke ezawusebenzisa ezawulungela wonke umuntu xa isetyenziswa.
Maar ook op bladsy 685 en ek dink die lyn is
also
27.
Page 685. I think on line number 27.
Leave whatever that is harmful to anyone, endangering anyone's life there. They will leave whatever they leave, or they do not leave anything but they disperse.
Uthi ke ngokushiyana yonke into enobungozi enowenzela omnye umuntu ubungozi no engabeka ubomi bomuntu esichengeni okanye menzela ubungozi bazawuzishiya ke noba zintoni ezo okanye bahambe okanye xa bengazibeki phansi izinto bona bazawuvela ngokwabo bahlakazeke.
Voorsitter, ook op bladsy 683 line
12. Also on page 683 line number 12.
Waar ek sê wat yes I think it is quite normal to answer that question because all our desire is a positive adherence to our call that everyone when you say denounce violence leave whatever that will be injuring people. So I do not have a specific answer what next will happen because I believe that tomorrow will be a day of joy for everyone. So I have not point in that direction of negativity of saying no, people will say no violence or whatever. And again, when we say weapon, what do we mean? Yes, pangas and what exactly? And then there was a response, and firearms.
Uthi ke ngoku ewe ndicinga uba ke ngoku into eqhelekileyo ukuphendula umbuzo ngoba umnqweno wethu ke ngoku yinto yokuba bamamele le nto sizawuyitsho ukuba wonke umuntu xa usithi yekani udushe bayeke yonke into ke ezawukwenzela ubungozi komnye umuntu andinampendulo ethile ke ukuba kuza kwenzekani ke ngoku emva koko ngoba ndiyakholelwa uba ngomso izawuba yimini yovuyo kumntu wonke ngoku ke andinawukwazi ukuthi kukho into apho ngathi hayi abantu bazawuthi hayi kudushe okanye yintoni enye kakhona xa sithi xa sithetha ngesixhobo ngamanye amazwi uxolo kuloo ndawo sithetha ngantoni kwathi ewe sithetha ke ngoku iphanga nantoni kuthiwa kunye nemipu.
Voorsitter, ook op bladsy 682 waar daar verwys word na die policeman, daai policeman is ek.
Mr. Chairperson, also on page 682, where they refer to a policeman. That policeman is reference to me, that's me.
Ela polisa pha ku S682 kuthethwa ngalo ke ndim lowo.
Policeman mentioned twice on the page in line 1 and again in line 19.
Kuleli polisa kuthethwa ngalo ke ngoku kwezi ndawo agqibo uzichaza ngokusihlalo.
Die tweede is ek nie seker of dit ek was of generaal Naidu nie. Dit kan baie moontlik ek wees wat gepraat het met generaal Mpembe.
Second one, I'm not sure whether I
so
myself
you
or General Naidu.
Line 27 on the previous page.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Injalo leyo sihlalo.
As ek dan op min of meer lyn 7 op bladsy 682.
Line 7, more or less on page 682.
Mcake lo wesixhenxe pha ku 682.
As ek kan aanhaal, then also we absolutely welcome the fact that you're saying,
if I quote,
that you are denouncing the violence and that will mean that those people will hand in their firearms so that we can then sit with yourselves and leadership. We can then have a practical plan in terms of that so the people will be in a position to then, in that demarcated area, and put down the pangas and the spears and whatever.
Uthi ke ngoku into kubana lonto ke ngoku siyayamkela apho uthi ke ngoku nichasene ke ngoku nodushe lonto izawuthetha into yobana abantu bazawufuneka banikezele nezixhobo ukuba singakwazi ukuhlaleni kunye nani kunye neenkokheli singaba ke ngoku nesicwangciso esithile ke ukuba ke ngoku abantu bazokwazi ukuba bashiye lo ndawo leyo babeke phansi iphanga zabo kunye nemikhonto yabo.
Look net
lastly,
selfde bladsy lyn 15 waar meneer Matunwa praat.
On the same page line 15 where Mr. Matunja speaks.
Kukho apha ke ngoku athetha kwenoko liphepha umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
I mean, from tomorrow when we engage them, maybe the way forward, maybe we will be saying wherever, just leave whatever, and then police come and collect it. Maybe sometimes if I come and bring it to you, there will be that sort of.
Ukuba ndithetha ukuba ke ngomso xa siya kubo mhlawumbi abanye inkqubekela phambili mhlawumbi sizawuthi ukuba nje shiyani noba into na elapho amapolisa azawuyithatha mhlawumbi ngelinye ixesha if xa ndibuya ndisiza kuni kuzawubakho olo hlobo lwe.
Voorsitter, ek probeer net illustreer dat ons redelik geglo het.
I'm trying to illustrate that we reasonably believed.
Ndifuna ukuthi ke saba nezathu ezivakalayo zokuba sikholwe.
Dat wapens neergelê sal word die volgende dag.
That weapons would be put down the following day.
Sikholelwa ukuba ngengomso zawubekwa phansi izixhobo.
En dat ons regtig afhanklik is van vennootskap in terme van enige sodanige konflikhantering.
And that we were totally dependent on assistance from partnerships.
Sasixhomekeke ngoku kuncediso alufumana esazifumana ngentsebenziswano
with the different role players.
Kumaqela ke ahlukeneyo ayebandakanyeka apho.
En dat generaal Mbombo eers bewus was dat die wapens nie neergelê is toe ons teruggekeer het na afloop van die media persvrystelling.
That General Mbombo only became aware of the fact that the weapons had not been put down when we returned from the media briefing.
Waba nolwazi into ba uGeneral Mbombo azibekwa ngaphansi izixhobo xa sisuka ke apho kwakhutshwa khona ingxela konondaba.
General, I'm not addressing the question of whether the police reasonably believed that the weapons would be laid down. I'm addressing the question of what would happen if they did not lay down the arms.
Before you move on to that, Mr. Biden, there are two passages I'd like to put to witness briefly. In Exhibit G4, page 680, line 9, it starts end of line 8. What Mr. Matunjwa says, so our impression is they're willing to go back to work, but we must come at 9 o'clock. And then at page 681, line 11, he says, so that is our belief. This thing will be over by tomorrow. So he talked of impression, belief, you obviously seem confident, but you can't put it higher than that.
Voorsitter, soos ek gesê het, hy het nie 'n belofte gemaak nie,
Mr.
maar hy het
Chairperson, as I
regtig
said,
oortuig oorgekom.
he did not make a promise, but he appeared convinced.
Njengoba nje bazange enze isithembiso kodwa wabona engumuntu ke owayekholelwa baloo nto ingenzeka.
General, the question I'm interested in is what was going to happen in the mind of in the view of the provincial commissioner if the weapons were not laid down. And can I ask you,
Ngoko provincial commissioner ke ukuba babengabekanga phansi isixhobo abantu yintoni le eyayiza kwenzeka.
you should have in front of you 2 internet press cuttings.
Befune bawuphethe amaphepha ke athathe vela pha ku-internet.
Do you have one a single page called Lonman Death Toll at 34, 78 injured?
Unalo ke ukulithetha ngenani labantu abaswelekileyo by-34 pha elonmin.
You want this to be triple G6?
6.
Lizawubizwa triple G6.
Will you make that 6.1, Chair, and the next
All right.
one will be 6.2?
And then we mark the other one, the mad world we live in, is exhibit triple G 6.2.
Hope that wasn't a comment on the Commission, Chair.
Well, if it was, we will deal with it with such humility as we can muster.
Could you look at triple G 6.1, General? And you'll see that there are 2 sections on the first page. 3 paragraphs up from the end of the first section. There's a passage which reads, before gunfire was opened. Do you have that?
Jonge apha ke ngapha wakuthetha phambi uba kuzodutyulwa khona.
Do you have that, General?
I get it, dis korrek, voorsitter.
Right, and I'll read it. Before gunfire was opened on Thursday, SAPS Captain Dennis Adriao told MoneyWeb, we have tried over a number of days to negotiate with the leaders and with the gathering here at the mine. Our objective is to get the people to surrender their weapons and to disperse peacefully. Today is D-Day. In terms of if they don't comply, then we will have to act. We will have to take steps, he said. Do you see that?
Uyayibona loo ndawo leyo apho ke ngoku bathi xa bangafuni ubeka phansi isixhobo abantu siyawunyanzeleka ukuba nathi sithatha amanyathelo. Uyayibona leyo?
And I suggest to you that that's consistent with what was discussed between the Provincial Commissioner and the National Commissioner on the night of the 15th, and what the Provincial Commissioner said at the media briefing on the morning of the 16th, that if they didn't hand over the weapons, they would be dispersed and disarmed on the Kopi.
Ndibhalwe apha ihambisana le ayithethwe ke ngoku ku-provincial commissioner ethetha national commissioner nale wayithetha konondaba ngomhla we-16 into yokuba ke ngoku uba abantu abafuni ukubeka phantsi izixhobo bazawubenza uba babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo kwaye babahlakaze.
Voorsitter, ek was nie teenwoordig toe kaptein Dennis Adriao hierdie oordrag gemaak het of na bewering gemaak het nie.
I was not present, Chairperson, when Captain Adriao made this statement.
Ngeli xesha wayethetha into lolu hlobo ke uCaptain Adriao mna ndandingekho apho.
En ook waarna verwys word, ek was nie teenwoordig in die vergadering nasionale, wat het jy gesê? National Management Forum, nasionale bestuursforum vergadering. Nasionale bestuursforum vergadering van die polisie.
The National Management Forum of the Police, I was not present.
Ndingekho ke mna phaa kwi-National Management Forum yamapolisa.
Fase 3 was besluit.
Phase 3 was decided.
Kwakugqitywe ke uba kuzongena ke ngoku kwinqanaba lesithathu.
Voor 13:30 op die 16de Augustus.
Before 13:30 on the 16th of August.
Phambi kwexala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala ngomhla we-16 ka-Agasti.
Nadat daar oordrag gemaak is deur generaal-majoor Mpembe.
After the
briefing.
After the briefing by the general.
Aan luitenant-generaal Mbombo.
By General Mpembe to General Mbombo.
Emva kokuba uGeneral Mpembe egqiba unika uGeneral Mbombo ingxelo.
Fase 3 was egter altyd 'n opsie geweest.
Phase 3 was always and was optional.
Into ebinohla yenzeke yona le inqanaba lesithathu phase 3.
Then, General, would you go to triple G 6.2, which is a report from the Sowetan newspaper, or from Reuters, I beg your pardon. The Sowetan newspaper carrying a Reuters report. And could you look at the top of the second page? where it says the following: police officers said talks with leaders of the Radical Association of Mine Workers and Construction Union, AMCU, had broken down, leaving no option but to disperse them by force. Today is unfortunately D-Day, spokesman Dennis Adriaa said. You see that?
Ubathi ke uku amapolisa wona ingxoxo ke ukunenkokheli zombutho lo weAMCU zange ziphumelele kwakungekho nto babenoyenza kodwa ke kwakuzofuneka ukuba babohlukanise ngenkani kwelishwa ke namhlanje yilo mini kwathetha njalo ke ungena uDennis Adriaa sistate.
Voorsitter, my reaksie is dieselfde as my reaksie teenoor KG 6.1.
Reaction is the same as Chairperson.
Western Cape trains are not affected by bus driver strike. And Bangladesh's Prime Minister.
G61.
Ek weet werklik nie wie die polisieoffisier is waarna verwys word nie.
I do not know who exactly this police officer that is being referred to. I do not know who it is.
Andiyazi noba ngubani elipolisa kuthethwa ngalo apha.
En onderhandelinge was sover ek betref was.
The negotiations, as far as I am concerned,
was uiters positief met pertinent AMCU.
Were positive, pertinently positive with AMCU.
Na gelang van 'n konstruktiewe gesprek die vorige aand, die aand van die 5de
As a result of the constructive discussion that we had the night before.
Indlela endazi ngayo into ba yayizawuqhubekeka into iyothethathana ngenxa yento ke uku eyathi yathethwa ngupresident wakhona ngobusuku bangezolo ngemini edlulileyo.
Yes, well, we'll pursue that with Captain Adriaa if we have the pleasure of his company.
Uzawuza uCaptain Adriaa ndiyawukuthi leyo ke ungundishukuxe kunye naye.
I just want to put this to you, General, and we will discuss it with Captain Adriaa and Lieutenant General Mbombo. But at the time when these announcements were made,
Before we proceed, Mrs. Menyo, is Captain Adriaa on your list of witnesses?
Not on the provisional list of witnesses, no, Chair.
Well, if you don't have him on your list, we'll have to subpoena him.
we'll come without a subpoena, Chair.
It might not be necessary to subpoena Captain Adriaa. If wanted, he'll be here.
I'm pleased to hear that. Please proceed, Mr. Bunley.
General, just one thing. At the time that the Provincial Commissioner conducted her media briefing, 9:30 Thursday morning, the life and property were not in any imminent danger.
Elixesha wayesenza ke ebambe enika ingxelo konondaba yena uProvincial Commissioner ubomi ke nempahla zazingekho semngciphekweni esichengeni ngelo xesha.
I understand you fear there's always the risk of danger, but at that time there was no imminent danger and there had been no violence since the Tuesday afternoon.
Kwakunoloyika into yoba kungabakho ingozi ke kodwa ngela xesha kwakusekuzolile lonto kwakukususela ke ngolesibini usukula ngolesibini.
Voorsitter, die dreigement was nie dreigend op daai stadium nie. Dit is korrek.
The threat wasn't not imminent at that time.
That's fair.
Kwakungekho sikrokriso ke ngelo xesha.
Now, I want to move on to a related subject, General. You explained to the Commission last week that the part of Exhibit SS3, which is headed Lonman Mine Marikana 16 August 2012 Stage 3, you'll remember that last piece, that was actually prepared after the event. It was in response to questions by the Chair, who pointed out that it referred to things which referred to the timing of the events referred to suggested that. It was, in other words, it is not a document which was prepared before Stage 3 was implemented.
Uteke uxawuthele ngo-SS3 ayiluxwebhu olulungiselelwe phambi kwesiganeko esisathi senzeka.
Gedeeltes van SS3, dit is korrek, voorsitter.
Parts of SS3, yes, you are correct, Chair.
Ewe ke inxalenye ye-part yaka SS3 inyani leyo.
Now, the decision to move to Stage 3 was a big decision, and the reason for the decision was very important.
Yaba sisigqibo esikhulu ke sokuba kuyiwe kwinqanaba lesithathu kwaye yayisisizathu esasibaluleke kakhulu eso.
I'm sure you'll agree with that.
Ndiqinisekileyo uyawuvumelana nalo nto leyo.
Elke stap wat ons ontplooi het in die plan was 'n besluit wat ons moes neem, want ons het gedeel met 'n moeilike en abnormale situasie.
Every step we took in this operation was a big decision because we were facing a tense situation. An abnormal situation.
sonke isigqibo ke saba yonke inyathelo lathathwa phezu kwesigqibo esithathweyo ngokuba imeko eyayilapho yayimeko engaqhelekanga.
I've looked through a number of the police documents which have been submitted to the Commission.
Jonge kwamaxwebhu amaninzi athe akhutshwa phambi kwathatha kule commission.
And with the exception of a reference in SS3, part of which was prepared later,
Kaphandle ke kokubhekisa ku SS3 enye yezo zathi zalungiselelwa emva kwexesha elithile.
I can't find any police document that says or suggests that the decision to implement stage 3 was made because matters had escalated and life or property was in danger.
Akho xwebhu elichazayo into okubana u-SS3 kanye kwangenwa kwinqanaba lesithathu ngokuba ubomi babantu babusesichengeni nempahla ingathi yayisengozini.
Let me show you why I say that.
Ndikubonise bakutheni ndithetha ngolo hlobo nje.
Could you have a look at the opening statement of the police? Do you have that
Ndicela
available?
ujonge phaa kwintetho yevula yamapolisa.
F9.
Dit weer die bewysstuknommer?
Triple F9.
Triple F9.
9.
Ek het dit voor my triple F9.
Could you go to page 16?
Ndicela kuphepha leshumi elinesithandathu.
There it says, paragraph 44.6. Perhaps you can, 44.6. By 09:30 on Thursday, 16 August 2012, Mr. Matunjwa had not reported back to the Provincial Commissioner Northwest on the disarmament by protesters. The Provincial Commissioner Northwest criticized him for not being a man of his word in this regard.
Ngexala ke emva kwensimbi yethoba ngolesine nge-16 yaka August umhlekazi uMathunjwa wayengakabuyele ku-Provincial Commissioner azomnika ke ukingxelo ngokubeka phansi izixhobo kwebaqhankqalazi. U-Provincial Commissioner yena wamgxeka kakhulu ukuba ayindoda yelizwi lakhe ngokubhekiselana ke kulo mbalo.
44.7. It was reported later that the protesters would not disarm. The JSOC then took a decision at 13:30 to disperse the protesters, disarm them, and where necessary, effect arrests at 15:30.
Kuye kwabakho ingxelo kutsha into okubana emva kwexesha abaqhankqalazi abazobeka phantsi izixhobo kodwa ke ijoke yathatha isigqibo into yoba ngexala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala bazawuhlakaza izihlwele babekise phantsi izixhobo naxa kufuneka kukho imfuneko babambe ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu.
That doesn't say anything about escalation.
Ayithethi nto ngokuqhubekeka kwengxaki yayilapho.
Is that correct?
Injalo?
Ek sien nie die woord eskalasie nie, nee.
I don't see the word escalating.
Ewe alisetyenziselwa gama ngemeko iba maxongo.
Then could you go to L174, the police presentation to the Commission?
I do not have it.
L174.
174.
Ek het die betrokke bladsy voor my.
I have the page in front of me.
That's headed a detailed sequence of events. You see that?
Apha ke kwabhalwa izinto ngokulandelelana kwazo. Uyayibona nto leyo?
It is correct.
That is correct. Yes.
Injalo loo nto.
It says the chairperson, Major General Annandale, called a special JOCCOM meeting to evaluate the current strategy and the possible implementation of Stage 3. The Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mbombo, informed the JOCCOM that she had been involved in a meeting the whole morning with the President of Inquiry, Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, to resolve the current situation. Mr. Matunjwa was supposed to indicate at 0900 whether or not the protesters on the Kopi were prepared to put their weapons down, Mr. Batunjwa failed to provide feedback as he agreed to do, and then, after evaluating the situation from reports on the ground, the Provincial Commissioner instructed Major General Annandale to proceed with the implementation of Stage 3 of the operational plan, dispersion into smaller groups, encirclement and disarming.
Ithetha ke ngoku apha ngosihlalo uGeneral Anandale intoba wabiza imeeting engxabisekileyo apho bekunokwenzeka ukuba kungenwe kunyathelo ke ngoku lesithathu ke ngoku Lieutenant General Mbombo waxela uJocom uba yena bebambe intlanganiso nomhlekazi uMathunjwa owathembisa into ke ngoku uzawuyenza abantu ngentsimbi yethoba babeke phantsi isixhobo kodwa ke waphanza ukwenza loo nto leyo kwaye zange abuyele kubo abanika ingxelo emva ntoba ke ngoku bathe bahlola bajongisisa imeko apho Provincial Commissioner wathi wayalela uGeneral Anandale intoba aqhubekeke ngokungena ke ngokunqanaba lesithathu lale operation ngokuya kwesicwangciso senziweyo uba abantu bahlukaniswe babe ngamaqela ambalwa kwaye barhanqwe babekiswe phantsi isixhobo zabo.
Then can I take you to General Mbombo's statement, Exhibit G 5.
Ndingakusa kwintetho yenziwe phaa kuGeneral Mbombo G 5.
Do you have it?
That is correct, I get it.
I have it, yes, sir. Correct.
Could you go to page 8, paragraph 19.4? I'll read what it says. Do you have it?
I get it for my 19.4.
19.4, yes, I have it in front of me.
It says, during the JOC meeting at 13:30, I received a briefing that the protesters at the Kopi have not laid down their dangerous weapons. In the light thereof, I then gave the instruction that the protesters must be dispersed and disarmed and arrest be effected on those who might offer resistance thereto. This is commonly referred to as Stage 3 in the plan. See that?
Uyatsho ke uba ngecala ke ngoku emva kwentsimbi eqala ufumana ingxelo into abantu bakabekhi phantsi izixhobo zabo kulapho ke ngoku kena wakhupha umyolelo into yobana ke ngoku mabarhanqwe bahlakazwe abantu kwaye benziwe babanjwe naxa kukho imfuneko.
Now what all of those documents have in common is that they suggest that what triggered Stage 3 was the failure to hand over the weapons. And not one of them suggests that it had anything to do with any escalation of the threat of violence.
Into ezifana ngayo zonke ke statement into yokubana kuzokwenziwa ustage 3 ungene kuye xa abantu bengabheki phantsi izixhobo zabo ayithethi ngemeko eye iba ngoba maxongo.
You agree with my summary of what the documents say?
Uyavumela nam ke xa ndishwankathela zonke into ezithethwa phaa kolu xwebhu?
Voorsitter, nee.
Chairperson, no.
Hayi sihlalo.
Which of them gives any reason other than the failure to hand over weapons? Which of them says there was an escalation which was the cause?
Ngeyiphi ke ngoluphi uxwebhu lothi ke ngoku unobangela ukuba kuyiwe kunqanaba lesithathu ngokubana ke ngoku imeko yaye ngokuba maxongo?
Voorsitter, bewysstuk L.
Chairperson, Exhibit L.
Uxwebhu ke L lamapolisa.
Slide 174.
Slide 174.
Apha kumfanekiso ku-174.
Derde paragraaf.
The third paragraph.
Paragraph yesithathu.
After evaluating the situation and from reports on the ground.
Emva ntoba sijongisisele imeko ke ngoku nengxelo ephuma ukuba kwenzeka ntoni phaya.
Yes, I see that. It doesn't say there was any escalation of violence or any threat, does it?
Ayithi ke ngoku dushela okanye imeko yaye iba ngumaxongo apho.
Voorsitter, die concept van evaluating the situation and reports on the ground is baie wyd.
The concept of evaluating and reports from the ground is a very broad concept.
En dit het ingesluit die eskalasie van geweld.
It included the escalation of violence.
Akuthethwa ke ngoku ngembono ke nemeko le imeko ingxelo esasifumana apho yinto ephangalele kakhulu loo nto yayiquka ke ngoku ukuba maxongo kwameko leyo.
En ek het getuig reeds oor die toelichting wat generaal Mpembe gegee het aan generaal Mbombo.
I have also given evidence here about the report that was made by General Mpembe to General Mbombo.
Ndithethela ngengxelo yayinikwa nguGeneral Mpembe inika uGeneral Mbombo.
En dit het 'n oorsig gegee van terugvoer wat ontvang is vanaf die Papa 1 pertinent en
gave an overview of a report that was received from Papa 1.
yayi umbono okanye umfanekiso wento eke ingxile isuka pha kuPapa 1
en die pertinente dreigemente wat geuiter was
and the pertinent threats that were mentioned.
nezigoriso ke ngoku ezathi kwathethwa ngazo
en die verandering in die betrokke die houding van die groepsgehesie wat toegeneem het.
And the change in the attitudes and the cohesion of the group there.
no tshintsho ke ngoku kwindlela ababeyiyo ke bona aba iqela eli.
So voorsitter, nee, die woord eskaleer.
Mr. Chairperson, the word escalate
is nie pertinent sodanig gereflekteer in bewysstuk L nie.
Has not been pertinently referred to as such in Exhibit L.
En ook nie in 19.4 van of wat bewysstuk triple G5 is nie.
And also not on Exhibit triple G5 paragraph 19.4.
En daaroor kan Luitenant-Generaal Mbombo getuig in terme van haar woordkeuse.
There, General Mbombo would be the best person to give evidence about her choice of words.
Eligama ke ngokuphikiswa ngakulo ke ngoku u ba maxongo kwemeko kodwa ke oyena muntu uzakwazi ukuphendula kakuhle lento nguGeneral Mbombo.
Chair, we will see the word report in L slide 174. The corresponding evidence of what reports those are we find at Exhibit FFF 25, running from approximately 945. That would be on page ending 535 onwards.
Yes, no, that's noted. May I ask a question, Mr. Butland, or would you prefer to finish this part of cross-examination before I ask a question?
I'm happy for the chair to go ahead.
Well, you see, the difficulty with what you've told us is that it appears that the Provincial Commissioner had already decided the night before that if the weapons weren't laid down, the crowd would be dispersed. That's what she says in paragraph 22, a paragraph she never denies, on the various copies of page 7 of her statement, FF2A and FF3. So she had already, according to what she told the National Commissioner the night before, said that if the undertaking to lay down the arms and to leave the copy is not honoured, which she regarded as an undertaking, a matter we'll investigate later. But if that didn't happen, the priest would have to disperse the crowd. No question of we'll have to disperse the crowd if the situation escalates or if all these things that are set out in the occurrence book the next day happen. Simple statement, if the above undertaking failed to materialise, the priest would have to disperse the crowd. That's what she told the National Commissioner on the evening of the 15th. Now, you weren't there, I know, so you can't really comment, but it does throw light upon the point that's being made.
Uhlwa ke nge15 into ayithethayo ke into kubana wathi kuba abantu lento ba ithenjiswe abayenzi ukuba babeke phansi isixhobo yena uGeneral Mbombo bazawuthi ke ngoku bahlakaze isihlwele esi into ayithethayo leyo kodwa kulindela umuntu ba uGeneral aphefumula phawule kulonto leyo.
Voorsitter, ek hoor totaal wat hy sê. Ek kan slegs getuig oor wat my ervaring was met my interaksie met Generaal Mbombo.
I hear exactly what you're saying, Mr. Chairperson, but I can only give evidence about my personal observation and interaction with General Mbombo.
Ewe ke ndiyayiva le kodwa ndingakwazi umuntu kumngqina ke ngento endiye ndabane ndibano ngazo no General Mbombo.
Voorsitter, sy het dit nooit aan my oorgedra.
Chairperson, it was never carried over to me.
Zange mina ndiyixelele into enjalo.
En vir my gesê irrelevant wat vandag gebeur, ons gaan sodanig optree nie.
It was never said to me irrelevant of what happens there and the way going on with the action.
Zange bathi umuntu bazakwenza inyathelo enjalo xa into ingaphumeleli.
Be a fair comment to say that in the light of what you've told us, what I've read you from the National Commissioner's statement as to what the Provincial Commissioner told the night before comes as a surprise to you.
Ndingathi into abalento ke ngokuthiwa ithethwa ngo-Provincial Commissioner xa National Commissioner ngobusuku bemini edluleyo into ekothusayo nawe leyo.
Vra of ek verras sal wees as jy dit aan my voorhou.
Asking me if I would be surprised if that was to be put to me.
Well, it's been put to you. I read you what the National Commissioner said the Provincial Commissioner told the night before. So obviously you didn't know about it, you've told us. So now that you've heard it, it's been read to you, do you find it, are you surprised?
iyakothusa le nto uyivileyo njengoba nawe ugqiba uyivana into yokuba uprovincial commissioner wathini ku-national commissioner ngobusuku bemini edluleyo.
Voorsitter, ek is verseker verras want dit was nooit so oorgedra. Generaal Mbombo daai oggend daar kom om te sê.
Yes, because it wasn't carried over to me in that way.
Uqinisekileyo ngoba
General Mbombo said to me,
zange ndiyixelele into enjalo.
One more document. Could you look at EE, the minutes of the JOCOM held at 13:30? EE.
Kisicela ujonge phaa ku EE.
You have those? Could you go to page 3, please?
Cela uye kuphepha lesithathu.
The third paragraph under closing remarks, or the second paragraph under the heading closing remarks, I'll read it. The Provincial Commissioner now this is the meeting held at the JOCOM at 13:30. The Provincial Commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the National Commissioner, informing her of the current situation and that a deadlock was reached with negotiations, and also that Phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. She also indicated that the National Commissioner indicated that she will inform the Minister of Police on the current situation and actions that will be taken. Now, Naveen, that's what the Provincial Commissioner said at that meeting.
Kuthiwa Provincial Commissioner kulantlanganiso ke ngopha kuJOCOM ebanjwe ngecala emva kwetiyumbe yokuqala wathetha ngemeko yayilapho nokuba ixesha elisikiwe elibekiwe elithile apho kuzawuphela khona ke into yokuthethathethwano nokuba into xa zingaphumeleli zingahambi kakuhle bazawungena kwinqanaba lesithathu nokuba kuzawuthi xa kwenzeke yonke loo nto leyo ke ngoku sebengene kwinqanaba lesithathu kuxelelwe ke ngokumphathiswa wamapolisa ngenyathelo elo lizawuthathwa.
Dis reg voorsitter of woorde met dieselfde strekking.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson, or words to this effect.
Ewe inyani leyo okanye amazwi ayethetheka ngolo hlobo.
So the decision to implement stage 3 or to execute stage 3 had already been made before the JOCOM meeting of 13:30 because the Provincial Commissioner had already told the National Commissioner, who had said she would tell the Minister.
Ngoke phambi kokuhlala inhlaniso yecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala sasithathiwe isigqibo soba kuzongena ke ngokunqanaba lesithathu.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat die besluit geneem was voordat ons die JOCOM, as gevolg van die besluit het ons die JOCOM vergadering het ons belê.
I had already mentioned that the decision was taken prior to the JOCOM, and then the JOCOM meeting was then held.
And it was not...
Enzenjini into yoba ke isigqibo sathathwa phambi kwentlanganiso le yeJOCOM kwaye ke ngoku kwaye kwabanjwa ngoku intlanganiso le yeJOCOM.
And it was nadat Generaal Mpembe vir Generaal Mbombo toegelig het.
And this was after General Mpembe had informed General Mbombo.
Kwakusemva uba ke ngoku General Mpembe nike ingxelo General Mbombo.
En ek weet nie wanneer die gesprek plaasgevind tussen Generaal Mbombo en die nasionale kommissaris nie.
I don't know when the discussion between General Mbombo and the National Commissioner took place.
Andazi into about General Mbombo and General Mpembe, no General, no National Commissioner basibambana ingxoxo zabo.
Maar hoe ek dit ervaar het is dat Generaal Mbombo gesê het, ek het dit ervaar dat sy dit voor die vergadering, dat sy dit net voor die vergadering nasionale kommissaris oorgedra het.
But what I have experienced here is that this was before the meeting was held.
Into endiyibonayo kodwa into yoba kwakungaphambi koba kubanjwe intlanganiso.
Right.
You told us you went from the JOC to another room where the, is that right? This information that you'd received, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. This information that was conveyed to the Provincial Commissioner, that was before you went to the JOC, is that right?
Dit is korrek,
Where was it conveyed to her?
Dit was nie buitekant van die JOC.
It was outside the JOC, Mr. Chairperson.
Ngaphandle ke phaa kwiJOC.
Net buitekant die JOC is daar 'n taamlike groot oop area.
Just outside the JOC, there's quite a spacious open area.
Kukho indawo enkulu ke ngoku phaa ngaphandle kwiJOC.
Waar daar grasdakkies was en sulke tipe van tafeltjies.
Where there are thatched buildings and some tables underneath.
Apho kukho izakhiwo ke ngoku ezenziwe ngophahlo lwenziwe ngengca kunye nezinye izinto.
And did you walk straight from there to the JOC?
Voorsitter, ek het direk terug gaan JOC toe. Ek dink ek in my getuienis ook gesê dat ek nie die heeltyd teenwoordig was wat Generaal Mpembe voorligting gee aan Generaal Mbombo nie.
direct to the joke, Mr. Chairperson. As I said, I wasn't present when the report was made to General Mbombo.
I'm sorry, was that report then made, or a report, made after you went made by General Mpembe to General Mbombo after you went to the dock? Or was it made before you went to the dock?
Voorsitter, Generaal Mpembe het vir die provinsiale commissaris toegelig.
General Mpembe informed the commissioner.
En hy het al die terugvoer gegee waarop sy gesê het, dit sal ons noodsaak om op te tree.
Where she made this response that we will have to act.
En nadat ek die terugvoer gekry het, het ek na die JOC toe gegaan om vir Brigadier Pretorius te sê sy moet vir my rolspelers by mekaar kry.
After this report was made to me, I went to the JOC to go and talk to is it Colonel Pretorius? Brigadier Pretorius to ask him to
sodat ons 'n vergadering kan belê.
So that we can have a meeting, but something was said.
Yes.
Yes. I did not get what Pretorius was to arrange for the general.
To get all the role players together.
Or to get all the role players
so
together.
So in other words, you left, would it be correct to say, you left General Mbombo and General Mpembe in this open area in front of the JOC when you went ahead, as it were, to the JOC to get Brigadier Pretorius to invite all the role players to come. In other words, you convened a meeting of the JOC at that point.
That is absolutely correct.
That is absolutely so, yes.
General Mbombo no General Mpembe pha kwelo balaelo ke mnanda funa ukwenza amalungiselelo enhlanganiso apho bonke ngokulamaqela ayibandakanyeka kuba ezokwazi ukuthi angene kulo nhlanganiso leyo ngoko zange ndiyiveleyo indawo yengxelo.
Was this the first indication that you got that stage 3 was about to be implemented?
Kwakuqala uva into kubana ke kuzawungenwa ke kwinqanaba eli lesithathu.
Aanleiding vanaf Generaal Mbombo dis reg commissaris.
From the indication by General Mbombo, yes, Ms. Chairperson.
Ngokwento eyathwe nguGeneral Mbombo ke inyani kunjalo.
General Annandale, am I right in recollecting that your evidence is that you were at the media conference at 9:30 when General Mbombo made her statement?
Uthi ngelixesha ke wayisenza intetho yakhe pha konondaba uGeneral Mbombo ngicaleni mva kwensipho yethoba nawe wawulapho.
That is correct, ek was teenwoordig.
That is correct, I was present there.
Ja, ndandilapho nam.
All right, can I move on to, can you go to exhibit TT4?
Cela ke diye uxwebhu olo lubizwa uTT4.
Which is the minutes of the JOC meeting held at 6 o'clock on the 16th of August.
Kwabhalwa phansi ke ngoku into ezazithethwa pha kula nhlanganiso ya ngentsimbi.
If you look at page 1, the penultimate paragraph, it says the following: if the situation escalates, stage 3 will be implemented, but proper communication will be done with all commanders when that decision is taken. Correct?
Apho kubhalwa uba imeko ke ngoku iya uqhubekeka kuzawufuneka ke ngoku kuthiwe kungenwe kwinqanaba elithathu kodwa phambi koko kuzawudityanwa kuno zonke ngoku iicommand ezazibandakanyeka apho.
Dit is so gereflekteer, is correct, voorsitter.
It's reflected like that, correct, Mr. Chairman.
Ibhalwe njalo apha.
In the event a decision was actually made the previous evening to implement stage 3, even though no escalation had taken place at that time.
Kwathathwa isigqibo ngobusuku ebudlulileyo into yokuba kuzawungenwa kwinqanaba lesithathu kwaye ngelo xesha imeko yayingekabi maxongo.
Ek kan regtig nie sien hoe die advokaat die afleiding kan maak nie.
Sorry, I'm
I
referring
don't see
to
how the advocate makes that inference.
I should have clarified. I'm referring to the meeting between the Provincial Commissioner and the National Commissioner the night before, on which both of them have said it was decided that evening that stage 3 would be implemented if the arms were not laid down.
Ndithetha ngengxoxo phakathi ko-National Commissioner kunye no-Provincial Commissioner apho wathi bazongena kwinqanaba lesithathu ukuba ke ngoku aba bantu ababeka ngaphantsi isixhobo.
Voorsitter, ek kan oor my eie feite getuig.
I can only give evidence about my own facts, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Budlin, the Major General had said he wasn't there on the Wednesday evening, so he doesn't know what was said. As he says, he can only testify about the things he knows himself.
Well, let me put it.
He said he was surprised when yes, that passage was put to him.
I want to put it to you this way, General, that if such a decision was indeed made on the Wednesday evening, that was a fundamental change to the plan, which was that stage 3 would be implemented if there was escalation.
Uthi ke ngoku ukuba ke ngoku nyani biba ithethe into enjalo into babazawungena ke unqanaba lesithathu yaba lutshintsho lukhulu olwenziwa kwisicwangciso ababesenzile ke ngoku xa besithi bona bazawungena ke ngoku unqanaba eli lesithathu.
Voorsitter, nee, dit kan nie 'n verandering op die plan wees nie, want die verandering op die plan,
it couldn't have been a change on the plan, because the change of the plan
word nie geneem deur die nasionale kommissaris of die provinsiale kommissaris nie.
Would not be taken by the national or by the provincial commissioner.
Bengenoba lutshintsho ke lesicwangciso ngoba isigqibo soba kwenza isitshintsho besingenawukwenziwa ngu-national okanye provincial commissioner.
Plan is opgestel, soos ek verduidelik het, deur 'n insette van 'n verskeidenheid van rolspelers.
Was written, as I say, by the different role players.
Njengoba nditshilo into yobana le nto yenzwa ngabaqela ahlukeneyo abandakanyekayo.
En die finale besluit word geneem na advies van die JOCOM.
And the final decision would have been taken as an advice from the JOCOM.
Isigqibo sokugqibela ke sasa uthathwa njengecebiso elaliphuma phaa kwi-JOCOM.
Deur die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
By the overall commander.
That's what should have happened.
Commander. Ongamele.
Right.
Voorsitter, kan voortgaan.
That's what should have happened.
Voorsitter, dit is nadat die oorhoofse bevelvoerder dit aan generaal Mbombo oorgedra het. Dis hy dan bevestig het dat ons voortgaan.
After the overall commander had carried this over to General Mbombo.
Dit was 'n sy is die provinsiale kommissaris, so dit was na oorgedra. Dit is die advies.
She is the provincial commissioner. It was given. This was the advice.
Uba wayithethe into enjalo ke ngoku njengoba uyi-provincial commissioner le into ecetywayo leyo.
En nie omgekeerd nie.
And not vice versa.
So daardeur wil ek sê as die provinsiale kommissaris sê en sy sê julle gaan dit nou so en so en so doen, sal ons dit nie so doen nie.
I want to say then, Mr. Chairman, if the provincial commissioner says you're going to do it this and this and this way,
as ons nie daarmee saamstem nie.
We would not do it if we were not in agreement with that.
Ndithi ke ngoku ukuba wayethe masenze ngendlela ethile u-provincial commissioner xa singavumelani naye sasingasoze siyenze loo nto leyo.
That raises a problem that was intending to ask you about later, but I suppose I should ask you about it now. Mr. Matunjwa gave evidence which was not challenged in cross-examination, as far as I can recall, that at some point in the morning he spoke to General Mpembe, and General Mpembe said, "Don't talk to me, I'm not in charge anymore, General Mbombo is." Obviously you're not aware of that. But that evidence was given and wasn't challenged as far as I can recall. Perhaps General Mpembe can explain it to us. But if that's correct, it would mean that General Mbombo had taken over as the commanding officer, and that's why Mr. General Mpembe declined to talk to Mr. Matunjwa. But I take it that's again something you can't comment on, or can you?
Kukho into ke ngokayithetha Mhlekazi Matunjwa kwaye ke abameli zange bamphikise okanye bayenza umcelimngeni kule nto wayithetha into yokuba wathi xa ethe noGeneral Mpembe wathi yena ayisenguye ngokuwongameleyo kodwa uGeneral Mbombo seyinguye ngokuthathe ulawulo. Ungakwazi ukuthi uphefumule kuloo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, nee, ek het nie die besonderhede nie, maar ek kan wel.
Mr. Chairperson, I don't have the particulars, but
daar's 'n oorhoofse bevelvoerder aangestel.
There was an overhead commander, overall commander appointed. Overall commander appointed.
Commander owongameleyo.
En dit was generaal-majoor Mpembe.
That was General Mpembe.
General Mpembe low.
En hy was deurlopend die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
And throughout this operation, he was the overall commander.
Hy is nie vervang nie. Hy is nie vervang nie.
He wasn't substituted. He wasn't changed.
Kuyo yonke le operation isenzeka ke ngoku yayinguye ongamele General Mpembe kwaye zange ka atshintshe ukufaka omnye umuntu endaweni yakhe.
Maar dat ons ook 'n verantwoordelikheid om die provinsiale kommissaris in te lig.
But that we also have a duty, a responsibility to keep the provincial commissioner informed.
wayenomsebenzi wokuba ahlale echazela u-provincial commissioner uba kwenzeka ntoni na.
Want sy bly verantwoordelik vir polisieering in die provinsie.
Because she remains overall responsibility for the police in the province.
Ngoba kaloku amapolisa phantsi kwakhe kuphondo lonke.
What he said was she remains responsible for policing in the province.
Wezobupolisa.
That is correct. For policing. For policing it.
General, just to finish off on the matter which the chair has raised, the passage in the record is at page 2340. You don't have it in front of you. I'll read you what was said. Page 234, for the benefit of everyone, it's page 2340, lines 1 to 10. And this is where Mr. Matunjwa is giving evidence about what happened when he met General Mbombo and General Mpembe at the JOC meeting on the morning of the 16th of August. Mr. Brainders, who's counsel for AMCU, says to him, he says there were introductions, and then Mr. Brainders, SC. So, after the introductions, who spoke? Mr. Matunjwa. Mr. or General Mpembe, he spoke first. That Provincial Commissioner Mbombo, she's the one that's taking over the operation here, so therefore, he's no longer a person in charge of the operation. The person who is no longer in charge is General Mpembe. That's the evidence which he gave.
Challenged in cross-examination by counsel for the police.
Wayebuzwa ke ngugqithakela amapolisa esithi uwathi ke wathatha ulawulo apho yaba nguGeneral Mbombo athatha kuMajor General Mbembe.
Voorsitter, ek was teenwoordig gewees met die vergadering.
Mr. Chairperson, I was present in that meeting.
Khona kuloo ntlanganiso sihlalo.
En Generaal Mpembe het dan nie so voorgestel nie.
General Mpembe did not introduce himself that way.
Hy het daar voorgestel as synde die provinsiale kommissaris vir Noordwes provinsie te wees.
He introduced her as the provincial head for the Northwest province.
Zanga chazeke amazise ngolo hlobo wathi yinhloko ke yephondo eli lomntantshona.
Voorsitter, hy het gesê sy is in beheer van die provinsie.
And he further said she is in charge of the province.
Wathi nguye kophetheyo apha ke kuyiphondo eli lonke.
Hy het nie gesê sy is in beheer van die operasie nie.
He did not say she is in charge of the operation.
Zangathi nguye ke olawulayo pha kwi-operation.
Well, the difficulty is that that's what Mr. Matunjwa says she said, and that was not challenged in cross-examination.
Into enzima into ba uthe umhlekazi Mathunjwa uthethe lonto kwaye xa etsho njalo umhlekazi Mathunjwa zangaphikiswe okanye kubekho umcelingeni kule nto ayithetha.
Voorsitter, ek hoor dit totaal. Ek kan net sê wat ek waargeneem het en ek was teenwoordig gewees.
I hear it, Mr. Chairperson, but I'm only telling the Commission what I observed and what I heard.
Ndiyayiva le nto kodwa ke ndixela iCommission into endathi ndayiva ndazibonela ngokwam.
What we know in any event is that the Provincial Commissioner made the decision that Stage 3 will be implemented.
Ndesiyazi into ba ke ngoku uCommissioner wephondo wathatha isigqibo soba kuzongena kwinqanaba ke ngoku lesithathu.
Is that correct?
Nyani leyo.
Weer eens dit gesien word in die konteks nadat sy toegelig was en nadat die voorstelle na gemaak was.
It must be looked at in the context after what she had been informed.
Mayijonge phantsi kwalo mxholo wento awayixelelwayo.
En sy dat sy teenwoordig was.
And since she was present,
nxeba wayekhona,
het sy saamgestem en sy dan gesê gaan voort met die operasie.
She agreed and said proceed with the operation.
Waye wavuma wathi qhubekani ke nge-operation leyo.
General, she made the decision to proceed with Stage 3 of the operation.
Wathatha isigqibo soba kuqhubekeke ngenqanaba ke ngoku lesithathu eli le-operation injalo loo nto.
Voorsitter, die besluit was reeds geneem deur die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
Mr. Chairperson, the decision had already been taken by the overall commander, and she confirmed it.
Ngoku isigqibo sasathiwe ke ngukhomanda lo ngameleyo yena wavumelana nayo loo nto leyo.
En ek dink dit is belangrik dat die protokol verstaan word in terme van die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens.
I think it is important that the protocol pertaining to the South African Police Service be understood.
Kubalekile beniqonde ke ngokwezikhundla kulandelana kwazo kusetyenziswa njani apha ke ngoku-South African Police Service.
Did she just say she agreed, or did she give an instruction?
Wathi uvumelana nto leyo okanye yena wakhupha umyolelo.
Voorsitter, as 'n provinsiale kommissaris sê, ek stem saam dat ons voortgaan.
The provincial commissioner says, I agree that we proceed.
wathi ndiyavuma into yobana ke ningaqhubekeka,
Dan is dit niks anders as 'n instruksie nie.
Then it's nothing else but an instruction.
Maar dit was gebaseer op dit wat ons nou oorgedra het.
But it was based on what we had conveyed to her.
En die konteks is belangrik. As sy sou gekom het en gesê het, julle gaan nou optree en julle gaan die volgende doen.
But if she had come there and said to us, look, you are going to proceed and this is what you're going to do.
En dit is nie in lyn met ons beplanning nie.
And it was not in line with our planning.
En dit word nie daaroor saamgestem nie.
And there was no agreement about that.
Dan sou ons dit nie gedoen het nie.
Then we would not have done it.
into endizayitsho ke into yokubana ke ngoku ukuba wayethe yena yenzani lo ngokwesigqibo sasithathile yayizobe ingumyolelo, kodwa ke uba wayenofika apho ke ngoku kungekho nesicwangciso senziwe yavela athi yenzani ngolu hlobo size singavumelani naye, le nto wayithetha thina okanye wayenothetha sasingasizuvumelani nayo.
Maar terselfdertyd as die provinsiale kommissaris gesê het,
but at the same time, if the provincial commissioner says,
nadat sy toegelig was,
after being informed,
dat julle nie voortgaan met hierdie optrede nie, dan sou ons ook nie.
And she said, you don't go on with this operation, then we wouldn't have gone on.
Kodwa njengo-provincial commissioner uba wayethe yena asizoqhubekeka ngale nto leyo, nathi ke sasingasozoqhubekeka ngayo.
Dan sal ons na die redes geluister het en ons sou dit gedebatteer het.
We would have listened to the reasons and we would have debated this.
Sasizova ke izizathu kwaye sibambe ingxoxo ngale nto leyo.
General, I understand what you say in relation to the details of how the plan would be executed.
Xa uchaza ke ngokuchankcatha into yobana kwakufuneke isicwangciso sisetyenziswe okanye silandelwe njani na.
But you're surely not disputing that General Mbombo made the decision that stage 3 would be implemented.
Kodwa uyiphikisi leyo ukuba wathatha isigqibo uGeneral Mbombo into yokubana kungenwe kuyinqanaba eli lesithathu.
Dit is reg soos ek sopas verduidelik het.
It is correct as I've just explained.
Ewe injalo njengoba ndigqiba ukuchaza.
And she also decided who would implement it.
Waye wathatha isigqibo sokuba ngubani ke ozoyenza loo nto ilandelisa sicwangciso.
Ek verstaan nie die hoe nie.
I don't understand the who, Mr. Chairperson.
Andiqondi xa usithi ke ngubani.
Let me read you L174.
Mandifunde L174.
Third bullet. After evaluating the situation and from reports on the ground, the Provincial Commissioner instructed Major General Annandale to proceed with the implementation of Stage 3 of the operational plan, dispersion into smaller groups, encirclement and disarming. So she decided that you would be the implementer.
Isigqibo wasithathayo into efundiweyo into yoba obozokwenza ke ngoku kungenwe kwinqanaba lesithathu nguye ke uzokwenza ubona into yoba yenzeka loo nto leyo.
So het dit so aan my oorgedra, dit is korrek?
It's correct. Yes, she did convey that to me.
Ewe inyani wayitsho loo nto leyo kum.
It's also reflected in that way in the minutes EE.
Ibhaliwe ke ukunapha kwingxelo ke uyentlanganiso kwakuhlelwe yona pha ebizwa ke uxwebhu olungu EE.
That is correct.
That is correct, yes.
Njalo.
Now, just to round off this point, the position of the JOC at 6 o'clock on the Thursday morning was that Stage 3 would be implemented if matters escalated.
Isigqibo sathathwa phaa kwintlanganiso yejok ke phaa ngolesine into yokubana kuzawungena kwinqanaba lesithathu xa imeko iye ngoba maxongo.
Soos gereflekteer, dis korrek?
As reflected, yes, that is correct.
Ewe injalo ke njengoba ibhaliwe.
If it is correct that General Mbombo decided the night before that phase 3, stage 3 would be implemented if the strikers did not hand over the weapons, then she was, from her point of view, it was a different trigger. The trigger wasn't escalation, the trigger was a failure to hand over the weapons.
Ukuba ke wayisithi kuzongena kwinqanaba lesithathu xa abantu bengabeki phantsi izixhobo zabo, kutsho ukuthi kunobangela waloo nto yayizokuba kungabeki kwabantu izixhobo.
As dit feitelik korrek is soos wat u dit stel dat dit daar
if that is factually correct as you are putting it, that those are
dan waarskynlik
probably
uba ilolo hlobo ithetha ngalo bekunoba njalo.
I'm now going on to a new subject. I'm happy to start now, but perhaps you could stop a bit early and restart a bit early. (1:25), Chair.
Sorry. I must put, yes, Mr. Mann. This is a day when we start at 10, so that's why we take a short lunch adjournment. We would have resumed at 1:30, but in view of the fact we're stopping now at 1:55, we'll try to start at 1:25. And tomorrow we'll do it as well, because I've been asked to adjourn at 3:30, so that people who want to travel thereafter can get to the airport in time. So we'll take a half an hour lunch break tomorrow as well, and we'll adjourn at 3:30. We're taking a half an hour lunch hour now, and we'll adjourn now until 1:26.
Siyawutya ngoku siyawubuya kakhona ngo-1:26 nangomso kuyawugqitywa ngo-3:30 kutsho ukuba siyawuhlala ixesha elincinci kakhulu naxa sizotya ilunch unika abantu ithuba abafuna ukuhamba ke baye emakhaya bakwazi ukuhamba abahamba ngenqwelontaka.
Commission is commencing. Masugumeni.
Commission resumes. Is nog steeds oneerd, Major-Generaal. Mr. Butler.
Chair, we...
Document now been put before us. It's a handwritten document to which is attached what looks like a typewritten version of the same document. Yes, I think so. It's headed Lieutenant General Mbomba. Now, is this going to be an exhibit? What exactly is it?
Chair, the chair requested to have a transcript of General Mbombo's media briefing. We don't have the media statement. What we do have, and that is before you, would be a notes taken by Captain Adrio as the media briefing was presented, and we have made a translation. What's and all. There are typographical errors that appear in the original notes.
Made a transcription, you mean?
Just a
It's
transcription.
a handwritten document and then a typed version of the same. Warts and all, as you say. Do you want me to mark it as an exhibit now, or do you think we must wait for Mr. Budlander to introduce it at the stage he considers appropriate? Mr. Budlander, we're in your hands.
Happy for it to go in now, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Semenya. It's exhibit G7, and I'll describe it as a transcript of Captain Adriao's notes of the Provincial Commissioner's statement at the media briefing. Is that right? Thank you.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku le unqebu liphambi kwethu zi-minutes ke ngoku zentetho yenziwa ke ngoku Provincial Commissioner ezabhalwa phansi nguCaptain Adriao.
Thank you, Chair. General, I now want to discuss with you the problems of implementation of Stage 3.
Ndifuna ukuxoxa nawe ke ngoku ingxaki zokungena kwinqanaba eliya lesithathu.
I'm going to suggest that, in fact, the police were not in a position to implement Stage 3 satisfactorily at 15:30 or at 15:40.
Ndifuna ukutsho into yoba ke ngoku ndizawutsho into yoba amapolisa babengenawukwazi ukuthi bangene baye kwinqanaba lesithathu ngendlela eyanelisayo phaa kwicala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu.
And I'll show you why I say so.
Zawuxelela ke nezizathu uba kutheni ndithetha loo nto leyo nje.
Now, the first problem was that the first difficulty was that there was a problem with the radio communication system.
Ingxaki ubunzima bokuqala into yoba kwakho ingxaki ngoku ngaba nomothotholo abawasebenzisayo ukuba babe nonxulumelwano.
That was discussed last week, and I want to go into that in some more detail.
Loo nto besike sayithetha kwiveki ipheleyo kodwa ndifuna ke sichancathe kuyo ngoku.
And I'd like you to have a look at the statement of Brigadier Fritz.
Ndiyawuthanda ke ukuphosa amehlo phaa
It's not been handed in yet.
About to be handed in.
Yes,
Chair.
thank you. That will be exhibit G8, I take it.
Siyawubizwa ke G8.
Huh? He said he won't. Ms. Pillay is not concentrating, but I take it exhibit G8 is the correct description of this document. Is that right?
I'll speak to her sternly, Chair, but she does confirm that it's G8.
uyatsho ukuba ke uli qebu
She
luzawubiza
can only multitask 3 things at once. She seems unable to do a 4th thing simultaneously.
Something must be done about that.
General, do you have Brigadier Fritz's statement? Not yet, sorry.
uphethe i-statement saka-Brigadier Fritz.
No.
Perhaps before we get there, there's just one preliminary matter I can deal with, which is relevant to that and other matters. You'll remember, Brigadier General, that at the JOC meeting of 1330 on the 16th, you gave a series of instructions as to things that must be done. Could you have a look at Exhibit EE for that purpose? Can we go to that first?
Elojonga phaa kuxwebhu EE apho ke ngoku intlanganiso iya kuJOC 1330 kwakuthethwa ngezinto ezahlukeneyo kwakufuneka zenziwe.
On page 2 of EE, there's a list of, there's a checklist of matters to be checked to ensure that everything was in place. You have that?
EE into kwakufuneka zijonge ukubonisa uba yonke into ke ngoku ihamba kakuhle.
I do have it, yes, Chairperson.
Ewe ndiphethe sihlalo.
Now, what I would just like you to do is to indicate who is responsible for ensuring that all of these things, each of these things was in place.
Kubani ke wayenza umsebenzi wokuqinisekisa into yoba zonke izinto zenzeka ngendlela efanelekileyo.
Who was, to take the first one, who was responsible for ensuring adequate batteries for radios and video cameras?
Kubani lo kwafuneka aqinisekisa into yobana ke ngoku ii-batteries funekayo for video cameras zikhona.
Voorsitter, in my loopbaan as ek mense toegespreek het.
Mr. Chairperson, in my career, when I was to address people,
dan gaan mens deur sekere aspekte sonder dat jy verwag dat iemand met pertinent nou dit gaan reël.
you go through certain things without pertinently somebody having to take that and that.
Ukho into umsebenzi wami ke ndiwenzayo ukho into othi uzenze ungabikho ubani othi ke akuncede.
Soos byvoorbeeld ek sal 'n parade toespreek.
For instance, I would address a parade.
Mhlambe benawuthetha ke ngoku napho ke khona umkhankaso kanye parade.
En ek sal sekere goed meld soos byvoorbeeld.
I would mention certain things, for instance.
Maak seker dat daar genoeg brandstof in julle voertuie is.
See to it that there's sufficient gas in your vehicles.
Dat julle julle radio's het, dat die radio's werk.
That you must have your radios, that they are in working order.
Dat julle vuurwapens reg is en dat julle julle magasyne nagegaan het.
That your firearms are right and that you have checked your magazines.
En ek noem dit ter illustrasie.
I'm mentioning this as an illustration.
So party van die goed meld ou sonder dat jy verwag die volgende persoon moet nou opstaan en dit gaan reël.
You mention some of these things without expecting a particular person to stand up and go and do those things.
So die
into yenzekayo ke ubesithi xa kuzohanjwa ke ngamapolisa ndibaxela into bafuneke benza ntoni kuba baqinisekise uba onomathotholo balapha kwimoto zamapolisa bayasebenza nemipu yabo imagazini ezi kwaye beningasithethi ndilindele uba kukho umntu ozawusithathela kuye bayibe luxanduva lakhe olo.
Die eerste punt was gewees oor die radio's.
The first point was about the radios.
Bawuqala ke wayengwe-radio.
En daar was 'n klein sleepwaandjie wat buitekant die JOC was.
There was a small trailer which was behind the JOC.
Kwakho itrailer incinci phaa kwi-JOC emva.
Soos om die boodskap uit te stuur dat daar ekstra spaarbatterye beskikbaar is sou lede dit nodig hê. Ek het gesê.
So that members, if there were extra batteries necessary, the members could have them from there.
Sorry.
Ezinye ii-batteries khoyo ke abantu ke ngoku bakwazi ukuthi bazithathele khona ezo batteries.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but who did you think would ensure that there were adequate batteries for radios and video cameras?
Xole ke ukubuza nto leyo ukuba wawucimba ngubani ozawuqinisekisa into yobana ke ngoku kukho ii-battery ke ngoku ezilingeneyo ezizawukwazi usetyenziswa for ukuthatha ividiyo.
Voorsitter, dit sal tipies die bevelvoerders wees van die onderskeie groepe.
Mr. Chairperson, it would typically the commanders of the different sections.
Yeah, izoba zinkomanda ke zamacandelo ohlukeneyo.
This was in effect an instruction to the commanders: ensure that there are adequate batteries for the radios and the video cameras.
Ngoko ucommander babezoqinisekisa into bana zanele ibattery for i-video cameras ezi.
Weet die voorsitter, baie van die punte sou reeds gedek wees deur die normale verantwoordelikheid van 'n bevelvoerder tydens berade.
That would have been covered mostly from the parade, the commanders would have heard from there.
Lonto ke yayinokwenzeka ke xa kukho iparade yenziwe zii-commander.
So dis 'n herinnering.
Just a reminder.
Ukhumbuza.
Nou sou verwag dat dit deur die jock oorgedra word aan bevelvoerders.
One would have expected this to be carried over to the commanders by the jock.
Umuntu benolindele noba ke ngoku i-jock ibe ngabo abaxela i-commander lonto leyo.
Just to interrupt you, or maybe I'm not interrupting you, when you had on your checklist to ensure that everything was in place, first item, ensure adequate batteries for radios and video cameras. When you said make sure about this, you were reminding the commanders to make sure that they'd done it.
Ngoku wawuthetha le nto uyibhale phaa kuphepha lakho lezinto efuna zijongwe. Lo myalezo yayingumyalezo owawusa phaa kwi-commander.
Ja, is amper noodloos om te sê dit word verwag, dis in elk geval deel van hulle gewone verantwoordelikhede.
It's needless to say so, Mr. Chairperson. It's actually supposed to be part of their normal duties.
It is stating the obvious.
Stating the obvious.
But you did state the obvious, or didn't you, at that meeting?
I did say so, Mr. Chairperson.
And can you just remind us who were the commanders who were responsible for ensuring this? Who would they have been?
Elke bevelvoerder wie ontplooi is, voorsitter.
Every commander that was deployed there.
And who was responsible for making sure that there were batteries for the video cameras? Not every unit had video cameras.
Elke operateur van sodanige videokamera, voorsitter.
Each operator of such a video, Mr. Chairperson.
And who was the commander who was meant to check this with the video operators? In other words, who was their commander?
Twee openbare orde video operateurs was waarskynlik luitenant-kolonel Mere.
For the two video operators of the POP, it was Colonel Mere.
Colonel Mere nguye ke wayifuneke ajonga bababini be-video operators.
He said probably, I think he said waarskynlik. Probably Lieutenant Colonel Mere.
Oh yes, the word was probably, waarskynlik.
En dan die van luitenant-kolonel Botha, brigadier van Sail, was versoek om sodanige reëling te tref, want dit was bo en behalwe.
Brigadier van Sail was above all the responsible for the. I'm again lost here, Mr. Chairperson.
I think in relation to Lieutenant Colonel Botha, the brigadier was responsible for that. I think that's what he said. He was because he was above him.
He was the command. He was the person in command.
According to the attendance list, Lieutenant Colonel Mere was not present at the meeting.
That is correct, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson. Yes.
So who was the person who had to say to Brigadier Mere, make sure, General Annandale says you must make sure that there are adequate batteries for the video cameras. Who was to tell him this?
Major General Annandale intoba uqinisekisa intoba zikhona iibhetri zevideo.
Voorsitter, ek het dit verlede week, ek dink op donderdag het ek dit verduidelik.
I think, Mr. Chairperson, I explained this last week on Thursday.
Dat enerzijds was daar verwachting dat die JOC radio-operateurs dit sou doen?
That there was an expectations that the JOC radio operators would do this.
njengoba benditshilo kule sini odlulileyo into yokuba loo nto kwakulindelwe into yokubana iphaa kwijok yenziwe ijok loo nto leyo.
En sonder dat ek pertinent so vermeld het aan Brigadier Pretorius en Luitenant-Kolonel Scott.
Without pertinently mentioning it to Brigadier Fritz and Colonel Scott.
Why did not say Fritz?
Brigadier Pretorius.
Fritz.
Pretorius.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pretorius.
Ngaphandle kokuyichaza kwenye itsho phaa kuBrigadier Pretorius.
Was dit ook verwag dat dit wat relevant is oorgedra sou word tydens hulle persoonlike toeligging?
It was also expected, as it was relevant.
It says it was expected that they would communicate what was relevant. I think that's what the witness said.
It was expected that they would communicate that which is relevant.
Kwakumelezekile into yobana ke ukubatsho ezo zinto ke ngoku zazifanelekile kwakufuneka zitshiwo.
I understood your evidence last week, General, that Brigadier Pretorius and Colonel Scott were going to go around to the different units, so you expected that they would say to the units, have you made sure about this and have you made sure about that? Is that correct?
Indlela endikuve ngayo kule phela ukubana uBrigadier Pretorius noColonel Scott babeza kumacandelo ahlukeneyo baxelele into yobana kulindeleke ntoni kubo na kunjalo.
Voorsitter, nee, Brigadier Pretorius en Kolonel Scott het nie rondgegaan tussen eenhede nie.
No, Mr. Chairperson, Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Scott did not go round to the different units.
uBrigadier ke ngokulo Pretorius and Colonel Scott babengahambi ke bejikeleza besiya kumacandelo ahlukeneyo.
Hulle het na een pertinente punt gegaan.
They went to one pertinent point.
Baya kwindawo enye.
Te wete forward holding area 1.
Namely forward holding area 1.
Le ibizwa ngu-FHA 1.
En hulle het die toeligting al daar gedoen.
And they did the toelichting there.
Communication, I imagine. Communication is probably the word you're looking for.
They conducted the communication there.
Apho ke ngoku babeba ne dluwano ndlebe khona.
I'm sorry, yes, I was mistaken. So, but I really don't want to spend a long time in this. I just want to understand how it was going to happen, or how you thought it was going to happen. As far as the first item is concerned, you expected that Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Colonel Scott would relay this to the commanders at their meeting with the commanders. Is that correct?
Bulindele into yobana uBrigadier Pretorius noLieutenant Colonel Scott baxelele iCommander umyalezo onjalo bawuphe iCommander umyalezo kwintlanganiso injalo nto.
Voorsitter, nee, ek het probeer verduidelik dat dis 'n algemene verwagting dat elke lid in elk geval sal seker maak dat dit die geval is.
I tried to explain that it was the responsibility of every person concerned to see to it that this is being done.
Danitheke uyalixanduva nomnye wonke umuntu wayebandakanyeka apho uqinisekisa uba loo nto iyenziwa.
En dat dit amper 'n onnodige herhaling is tydens die vergadering.
That it was actually unnecessary to repeat this during the communication.
Kwaye ke ngeli xesha ke kwakukho udliwanondlebe yayingento yangasinto enyanzelisa into yobana bayiphindaphindwe okokoko.
En ek het dit gedoen en ek het die illustrasie gebruik in terme van hoe ek berades toespreek.
And I used the illustration about the discussion at the command.
En ek het verder gegaan om te sê.
What he says is, I gave us an illustration, the address at a parade. That's what he said.
Not at the command, at the parade.
Umzekelo ke ngoku ngengxoxo eyenzeke xa kubanjwe ke ngoku iparade ezi.
Dankie voorsitter, en ek het ook verder gaan gesê dat daar verwagting was dat
and I further went on to say there was expectation
dat die JOC radio operateurs dit sou oordra.
The JOC radio operators would carry this over.
Ke ngoku ndanithe into ilindelweyo le into yokuba aba ke ngoku basebenza ngonomathotholo phaa kuJOC bazawugqithisa lo myalezo.
En dat aspekte wat relevant geag sou word.
And that aspects that were regarded as being relevant.
Nezinto ezazibonwa njengezinto ezifanelekileyo.
Deur Brigadier Pretorius en of Luitenant-Kolonel Scott oorgedra sou word.
By Brigadiers Pretorius and would be carried over by Brigadiers Pretorius and Colonel Scott.
Zazizothi ke zigqithiswe nguBrigadier Pretorius noColonel Scott.
I'm afraid you've lost me, General. I'm truly trying to understand it, and I'm obviously missing something. But am I understanding you correctly to say that you thought that you expected that the JOC radio operators would communicate all of these items on the checklist to those who were responsible for them.
Andiyazi uba ndikuveka kuhle na uthi na abo ke ngoku basebenza ngonomathotholo phaa kwijoko babezawuzixelela ke ngoku abantu ebefune bazixelele bawugqisa imiyalezo lolo hlobo na.
Nee, nie alle aspekte nie.
No, not all the aspects.
Hayi yonke ke imiba.
For which of these did you rely on the JOC radio operators?
Into obulindele phaa kwaba basebenza ngonomathotholo ejoko into yoba bazigqithise umyalezo.
As ek kan voorbeelde noem soos ek deur die lys gaan van wat
If I could make examples, if I go through the list.
Ukuba ndizothi ke njengapha ndenza imizekelo.
Batterye, daar's 'n verwagting dat elke lid sal seker maak dat sy battery
Batteries, that every member would see to it that his batteries were in order, put in.
Bonke ke ngoku onke amalunga aqinisekise into yokuba zonke iibhetri zifakiwe.
You just stop there for a moment, General. I'm sorry to interrupt you. What's the point of a checklist if it's directed at people who are not at the meeting?
Izobe inceda ngantoni ke kwi-checklist ukuba ke ngoku ibhalwe abantu abangakhoyo entlanganisweni.
If the individual operators are supposed to check this, then what's the point of announcing at a meeting of about 10 or 12 people that this must be checked?
Xa bengekho ke bona abantu bevidiyo izawunceda nto yokuba ke ngoku kuba xa uzothi intlanganiso kubantu abalishumi mabajonge ezi zinto na.
Voorsitter, as ek kan voorgaan, kan ek dit verduidelik.
If I could be allowed to proceed, Mr. Chairperson, possibly I can explain it.
Soos byvoorbeeld call signs to be verified and radio test to be done, is daar dan my bevestig. Dit is reeds vanoggend gedoen toe die mense vertrek het.
That was confirmed to me already in the morning when the people left. The call
Lonto
sign.
yanqinisiswa kum ngomso ngentsasa phambi abantu bahambe into yokuba kwakuthe kwavavanywa nomathotholo.
Volgende punt, trucks to be available at holding area, one for arrest if needed and prisoners transported.
That's the following thing.
Into elandelayo into yobana ke ngoku ukubakho kwe-transport nokuthi abantu xa kufuneka babanjwe.
Daar is my daar en dan gesê deur Brigadier Sibeloke.
It was there and then
Generaal,
told
dit
to
is
me by
reeds gereël.
Brigadier Sibeloke that General, that has already been arranged.
Wanxela uBrigadier Sibeloke into yoba amalungiselelo lolo hlobo senziwe.
Investigation team to be in place at forward holding area 1.
Iqela ke labacuphi kwakufuneka libe khona phaa ku-forward holding area 1.
Brigadier van Sail het bevestig, dit is reeds sodanig gereël, my mense is reeds ontplooi.
Brigadier van Sail confirmed this, that his people had already been arranged as such.
Waqinisekisa into yokubana bayenza amalungiselelo hlobo ke ngoku yena uBrigadier van Sail.
Voorsitter, en so kan ek aangaan, die
I can
observasiepos
go on like that, Mr. Chairperson. The observation posts
en die reservespanne
and the reserves teams
en die onderhandelaars.
and the negotiators.
Ingaqhubekeka njalo njalo ke ndiphinde kakho ndiyothetha nabo ke ngokuba behleli kwindawo yokulinda neli qela lalisenza uthethathethwano.
So voorsitter, dit is wat ek probeer sê, dat van dit is net, dis amper onnodige herhaling, dis bevestig,
That
dis
is what
gesê.
I've been saying, Mr. Chairperson. It's a repetition of things that have already been said. They have been said.
Seyithethiwe le nto ngoba kuphindaphindwa izinto besezithethiwe kakade.
En die bevelvoerder het bevestig dat dit reeds in plek is.
And the commanders said, had confirmed that this was in place.
When no commander baye bangqinisisa into yoba yonke into ihamba kakuhle.
Major General, I've looked through these minutes. I see that there are 17 bullet points on pages 2 and 3. And the minutes reads, Major General Allender went through the following checklist to ensure everything was placed. You then dealt with 17 topics. I can understand that in the case of a number of them, you were then told there and then, as it were, that that's been attended to. So that certain others were left over, in respect to which you did not receive such an assurance. Is that correct?
Apha xa ndifunde ke ngoku kuthiwa ke ngoku akukho siqinisekiso esilolo hlobo wathi wasifumana wena kunjalo.
Voorsitter, soos byvoorbeeld die kragopwekkers.
Mr. Chairperson, as we speak of the generators,
Masithetha ngegenerator ke silalo.
Wat Brigadier Pretorius pertinent getaak was.
Brigadier Pretorius was pertinently charged with this.
En versoek om met meneer Dirk Botha van Lonmin te skakel.
Was asked to contact Mr. Dirk Botha of Lonmin about this.
Wacelwa ke ngoku yena uBrigadier Pretorius afonele ke ngoku Dirk waselonmin.
En te versoek dat hulle sodanige kragopwekkers op bystand hou.
And requested to have such generators on standby.
Ukuba ke ngoku afune ezo generators zihlale zikhona apho.
So in other words, what happened was there were 17 items you mentioned. In respect of a number of them, you were assured then and there that either been attended to or Brigadier Collins or somebody said, I'll do that.
Uthi ke ngokuzinto ezi-17 apha ezinto awuzifuna okanye uzithetha kwakubakho abantu abathi zenziwe okanye omnye uqinisekisile ukuba uzawuyenza loo nto leyo.
That left a number of others which had not been so dealt with, and I would imagine those would then be covered by the first sentence of the closing remarks on page 3. Major General Allendale instructed Lieutenant Colonel Scott to ensure that all the commanders are briefed accordingly. That must surely be briefed in respect to the matters which had been specifically mentioned, but which had not yet been disposed of in the manner you discussed. And then it goes on, before you answer me, discussion was held, and it was decided not to brief the commanders on the air, but to go to forward holding area 1, where it will be done in person. And Brigadier Pretorius was instructed to join Lieutenant Colonel Scott on senior briefing to ensure she's up to date with postings and call signs, as it was essential for effective summering of the JOC. Sorry, effective functioning of the JOC. That's what happened. Is that right?
As you summed it up, Mr. Chairperson, that is correct, yes.
But General, practically, it's surely not for the commander to go and ensure that 200 people in his team have got their radios and their batteries in order.
Prakties nee, commissaris.
Practically not, Commissioner.
Jy weet bevelvoerders het in die oggende is daar lang berade terwyl ons die JOCOM vergadering het.
There is usually long meetings whilst we have a JOCOM meeting.
En dan word die mense geparadeer, die lede wie ontplooi gaan word.
The members that are going to be deployed would then be paraded.
En dan sal vaste verantwoordelikhede op elke bevelvoerder.
Then there is a responsibility upon every commander.
Sal kyk na toerusting. Hulle moet 'n SAP 15 voltooi.
To complete an SAP 15 to
Hulle sal kyk na die beskikbaarheid van radio's, roepsyne.
Look at the availability of call signs, radios.
Uyatsho ke into yobana ke xa kukho kuqhuba ukubanja intlawaniso phaa kwi-JOCOM kuye kuxelwe ke ngoku sixelwe izinto i-commander babhale no-SAP 15 apho buzawutsho ke ngoku ngenani lonomathotholo abalapho.
Commissaris, en dan is daar ook sodanig bevelvoerder wat dan enige probleme identifiseer of ervaar.
And such a commissioner, each and every commander who encounters problems,
sal dan onder die aandag bring van die relevante operasionele bevelvoerder.
Would then bring it to the attention of the operational commander responsible.
Ukuba ke ngokho i-commander edibana nobunzima izawuthi xelele ke ngoku i-commander ezizongameleyo.
Dus kom ek gemeld het dat baie van dit is amper onnodig, is net proses wat ek deurgaan om
seker
te maak dat almal
why I mentioned that a lot of this is just a repetition that is actually not necessary. It's part of the way we work.
Enye into ke ngoku ziye ziphinda-phinde kungafanelekanga kungafuneki ngoba inxalenye yomsebenzi wethu.
All right, then if we can just identify in respect of a few of these items, General, so we're clear what happened. The fifth bullet is water cannons to be tested. Who was responsible for ensuring, or who did you expect would ensure that that was done?
Bandona ke wawulindele into ba aqinisekise into ba ikanuni zamanzi eziba ziyasebenza.
Voorsitter, die waterkanonoperateurs.
The water cannon operators, Mr. Chairperson.
Ngaba ke basebenza ngekanuni zamanzi.
I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear. Who at the meeting, at the JOCOM meeting, did you think would ensure that the water cannons were tested? In other words, would convey that instruction?
Ubani ke phaa ku-JOCOM ke wawusazi uba yena uzawugqithisa imiyalezo njalo into yobana funeka izivavanywe ezi kanuni zamanzi ziqinisekise uba ziyasebenza.
Voorsitter, niemand in besonder nie.
Nobody in particular, Mr. Chairperson.
Akho mntu uthile ke owayenokwenza loo nto leyo.
Point in putting that on the checklist, is there, if it's not directed at anybody?
Akho mfuneko ukuba mayibhawulwe phaa kwela phepha ke kule checklist ukuba ke akho mntu uthile kuthethwa naye ukubhekiswa kuye.
Voorsitter, ek het dit verduidelik soos ek dit verduidelik het.
Mr. Chairperson, I'll explain as I have already explained it.
Njeba ke bensendichazile.
Dis is amper soos om vir 'n valskermoperateur te sê maak seker dat jou valskerm daai het.
It's just like talking to a person who is using a parachute to tell that person that his parachute should be in working condition.
Kufana nje no xelela umuntu ke ngohlanga iparachute umxelela uba ke ngofuneka beyasebenza lo parachute leyo.
Voorsitter, 'n waterkanonoperateur is opgelei in die gebruik en die hantering van sodanige
Mr. Chairperson, a water cannon operator is a person trained in the use and operation of this machine.
Aba basebenza ngekanuni zamanzi baqeqeshelwe ukwenza lo msebenzi lowo.
Major General, surely it can't be as simple as that. The closing remarks say Major General Allendale instructed Lieutenant Colonel Scott to ensure that all the commanders were briefed accordingly. So I would have thought that what that means in the particular context is that those items which were specifically referred to and covered in the bullet points, which were not thereafter talked about at the JOC because you were given assurances that those matters had been attended to, were instructions that had to be carried over to the commanders. So that in the case of the water cannons to be tested, obviously Lieutenant Colonel Scott didn't have to go to each water cannon operator and say, is your water cannon operating correctly? But surely the commander or commanders of the water cannon operators were the people who should have been briefed with the details of the checklist which you had gone through to ensure that everything was in place. Otherwise it was a meaningless and formality which took the matter no further.
Ukuba ke ngulona phepha lalibhaliwe ke ngoku kodwa kungayiwa phaka abantu basebenza inkanuni zamanzi bayoxelela ba ke ngoku ngokwala phepha funeka benze ntoni kwakuzofana ingathi kwauchitha ixesha nje ngokubhala lento engasozilandelwe mos.
Voorsitter, maar ek het dit so verduidelik hoe ek die vraag verstaan het van advokaat Badlender.
Mr. Chairperson, I have explained it so clearly. The question by Advocate Badlender
is wie het ek spesifiek getaak om dit te gaan doen?
Is who specifically was charged to do with doing that?
Umbuzo ke waka Advocate Badlender ndobana ngubani umuntu wayinikwe uxanduva lokuba enze lo msebenzi uthile.
En ek het niemand spesifiek getaak om te sê gaan maak seker dat die waterkanonne getoets word nie.
I did not specifically charge any person to say go and make sure that the water cannons are in working condition.
Zabekho umuntu uthile ke enti kuye maqinisekise loba ikanuni zamanzi ziyasebenza.
I can understand that, but who was the commander who was supposed to be briefed accordingly and to whom that instruction would be conveyed?
Kubani ke ukulo kwakufuneka
in the case of the water cannon, who were the commanders or who was the commander of the water cannon operators?
Commander yabo ke babesebenza ngekanuni zamanzi ke yayingubani?
Voorsitter, waarskynlik direk onder die beheer van die operasionele bevelvoerder Brigadier Kalitz geval het.
This would have I reckon under the operational commander who is Brigadier Kalitz.
Yayizoba ngaphansi ke operational commander owayengu Brigadier Kalitz.
How did you expect that what you'd mentioned in the checklist about the water cannons was going to be communicated to Kalitz, to Brigadier Kalitz?
Mbake ukulento oyibhale pha kula checklist ngekanuni zamanzi lo myalezo awuzofika njani pha ku Brigadier Kalitz?
Commissaris, ek sou verwag het dat in die interaksie tussen Brigadier Pretorius Luitenant Kolonel Scott met hierdie verskeie bevelvoerders.
I expected, Commissioner, that during the discussion between Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Scott with the commanders,
so daar melding gemaak gewees het.
Mention would have been made.
En gesê tydens die JOCOM-vergadering is die volgende aspekte vermeld.
That the following aspects were covered during the JOCOM discussion.
So half net as 'n herinnering aan die mense, weet jy, neem net kennis, kom ons maak net seker.
Just a reminder to the people, take note, let us remember this and this.
Ndanlile ntobane ke ngoku Brigadier Pretorius no Colonel Scott baxelele inantsika icommander into kubana kuthethwe nentlanganiso kwaye babakhumbuze nje ezo zinto ezo.
Sorry that took longer than I had hoped. Now, can we come to the problems with implementation?
Masize kwingxaki zathi zabakhona ekubeni okanye apho kwakufuneka izinto ke ngoku zenziwe khona.
The first problem, firstly, there was a problem with the radio communication system, and I referred you to the statement of Brigadier Fritz, which you now have, I think.
ngoke ndifuna uthetha ingxaki yabakho uqala ngonomathotholo abathetha kubo njengoba ke undibhekise ndithe ndijonga phaa kwistatement sakabrigadier Fritz.
In all the excitement about water cannons, I've lost my copy. Right, here's a copy. Thanks. Could you go to paragraph 5? And you'll see that this is Brigadier Fritz talking about the time that they were up in the air in the chopper. And then he says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th line, well, let's start with the 5th line. He says, at that stage we were not aware that people had been killed or how many had been killed. We tried to make radio contact with the people on the ground and the jock to give a sitrep from what we were witnessing. But we could not because Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak in another chopper and Brigadier Karlitz on the ground were busy giving instructions from their radios. They effectively occupied the communication channel, which made it impossible for me to communicate on that channel with anyone. The operation on the day was run on that single channel.
Babulewe okanye kwakubulewe abangaphi na sazama ke ukukwenza uthetha konomathotholo nabantu babephansi nakujek kuba sonika ingxelo kuba sasibona ntoni na kodwa sasingakwazi basiyenze lonto ngoba uColonel Vermaak yena kwenye ihelicopter nobrigadier Karlitz babephansi apho benika umyolelo ke ngonomathotholo babo babe kade ke ngokwapha kwichannel le babesebenzisa beyisinde ngamandla indlela babesebenzisa ngayo kwabanzima ke ukuba sikwazi ukuba nathi sithethe nabantu ke kulo channel leyo ngoba ioperation yenzwakala mini kwakusetyenziswa ichannel enye kuphela.
Then could you go to paragraph 8?
Paragraph esposo.
And I'll read that. The purpose of my deployment in the chopper was not achieved because I could not make radio communication with either the jock or the people on the ground. Every time the radio went quiet, I tried to communicate, but was unable to do so because someone else was occupying the channel.
Uthi ke ngoku injongo yokuba lento ndithunyelele yona phaa kula helicopter zange yenzeke ngokuba ndandingakwazi uba ndenze unxibelelana ngonomathotholo okanye kobejoka okanye abantu babephansi lonke ixesha ke yaba kwangathi uyathula unomathotholo ndithi xa ndizama ukuba nothethathethano ndandingakwazi uba kwenze njalo kuba kwakubakho omnye umntu ke ngoku olapho kulo channel.
Now, General, you explained last week how that problem had arisen, what the problem was with the system.
Waye wasichazela kuviphela into bana ingxaki ke ngale system yonomathotholo yaba yintoni na.
Voorsitter, ek het die beperkings van die stelsel verduidelik.
Mr. Chairperson, I explained the limitations of the system.
Ewe ndachaza uba ingxaki yaba yintoni ke yale system.
Now, General, did the jock commanders know before the operation that this limitation might be a problem?
Bazi nabona operator abantu phamba bayokwenza lo msebenzi ndoba kukho ngabakho ingxaki lolo hlobo.
Voorsitter, soos ek probeer verduidelik het in terme van hoe ons voorsien het die plan sal uitrol.
Mr. Chairperson, as I explained how we foresee the plan would be rolled out.
Jeba ngichaza noba sasilindele nokuba iza silindele ba isicwangciso isisawuthi silandeleke ngendlela enjani.
Het ons nie voorsien dat daar sodanige volume radiokommunikasie sou plaasvind nie.
We did not foresee that there would be such a level of communication over the radios.
Zange siyibonele ngenxa phambili into bana konomathotholo kuzabakho udliwanondlebe ololu hlobo.
I understand. And now, did the jock commanders know during the operation that Brigadier Fritz was having this problem that he couldn't communicate?
Ikomanda phaa kujoke ngozazi babesazi into ba uBrigadier Fritz wayenele ngxaki lo hlobo angakwazi ukuba abe nothethathethano idliwanondlebe.
Voorsitter, ek is nie bewus of hy enigsins gedurende daai tyd met die jock gepraat het nie, maar ek is
I am not aware, Mr. Chairperson, if during that time he communicated with the jock.
Andinalwazi ukuba mhlawumbi ngela xesha wazama ukuba ukuthetha nemathe jock.
Maar ek is nie bewus daarvan dat hy sodanige probleme ervaar nie.
I am not aware that he encountered those difficulties.
Andinalwazi lokuba waye wadibana nobunzima obulolo hlobo.
I think what you're saying is at the time you were not aware that he was encountering those difficulties.
Ndicimba uthi ngela xesha bungenalwazi into okubana udibene nobunzima obulolo hlobo.
That is correct.
That is correct, sir.
Kunjalo.
Well, I have to put it to you, General, but what that means was that the communication system was so bad that you didn't even know there was something wrong with it.
Into enzayo kuwe ke ngoku into okubana unxulumelano laba ingxaki enkulu yaba into embi kakhulu kangoba zange ube nolwazi uba kukho ingxaki lolo hlobo.
Voorsitter, dit het niks met die kommunikasiesysteem te doen nie. Dis hoe die
Mr.
kommunikasiesysteem ontwerp is.
This has nothing to do with the communication system. This is how the communication system was manufactured.
Lento engenento kwenza ke ngoku ne izinto ezisetyenziswayo kwakubakho unxulumelano ke ngoku ngoba izinto zenziwe uba masebenze ngaloo ndlela.
Dis hoekom ek verwys het na beperkings op analoog systeem.
If I'm talking of limitations on the analog system,
ukuba ningathetha ke ngoku nezinto eziba yimiqobo phaa kule system siyibiza i-analog.
Now, I understand that it was an inherent limitation in the mechanical system. What I'm putting to you is something different, that your method of communication that day was so bad that you didn't know that there was a problem with it, because you didn't even know that Brigadier Fritz was having a trouble.
Into andiyiphikisileyo kodwa ndithi indlela nathi nathatha isigqibo ngayiba ndizaba nodliwanondlebe yaba yembi kakhulu ngoba zange nazi into yoba unengxaki uBrigadier Fritz.
Voorsitter, wat ons nou weet soos gebeure uitgedraai het.
What we now know, Mr. Chairperson, as things turned out,
into esiyaziyo ke ngoku njengoba izinto zaye zaba le ndlela zaba yiyo,
maar dit was nie sodanig voorsien nie.
But it wasn't foreseen in that manner.
Zange sicingele ngolu hlobo yayizoba lolo hlobo.
En ek het probeer verduidelik aan die kommissie hoe ons dit voorsien het.
Tried to explain to the commission how we foresaw it.
Ndazama uyichaza kwi-commission into yoba sazama uyicingela uba le nto iza kwenzeka njani.
En dan sou daar nie uitdagings gestel geword het in daai kanaal soos wat nou die geval is wat ons nou weet nie.
Then there would not have been these challenges in the communication as we now know.
Wangasoze kubekho ke ngomiceli-mngeni eyayikho phaa kunxibelelwano ke njengoba sisazi ngoku.
Right. Now, the police have...
Moving on to a different topic.
A different aspect of this topic, Chair.
If you look at paragraph 4 of Brigadier Fritz's statement.
Masijonga paragraph yesine ke kwintetho eyenziwe nguBrigadier Fritz.
The page is unnumbered, but it's paragraph 4. I think it's on the second page. He says, while I was at the JOC, General Allendale informed me that a shooting had taken place at the Koppie. I was instructed by General Allendale to climb into a chopper and fly to the area and give a situational report, SITREP. And then he describes how he did that, and there were the passages that were put to you by Mr. Budlander. And so, in para 8 he says, the purpose of my deployment in the chopper, that was to go and give a situation report, the purpose of my deployment in the chopper was not achieved because I couldn't make radio communication with either the JOC or the people on the ground. Now, what it means then is you asked him to get into a chopper, to fly over the area, and give a situational report. You never got the situational report. He never reported back to you at all during that whole time. And I think he says somewhere that he's in the air for, I'm not quite sure how long it is, but he was in the air for quite some time, 40 minutes. And at no stage during that time did he give you the situational report. Didn't you wonder what had happened? He's flown off to the area. It couldn't take him very long to get there. Been specifically instructed to give a situational report, and you get no report.
Njengoba ke ngoku utsho nayo into yoba wena wamcela into yokubana makakhwele phaa kwinqwelontaka into yoba azokwazi ukuthi xa ephezulu azokunika ingxelo uba kwenzeka ntoni. Ngeli xesha wambona wena into yoba engakunika ingxelo wawungamangala uzibuza uba wena mhlawumbi kwenzeka ntoni.
Ons moet teruggaan.
Chairperson, we should go back.
funeke sibuye umva ke sihlalo.
Die beplanning was altyd dat die tweede chopper ook in die lug sou wees.
The planning was that the second chopper would always be airborne.
Ngokusicwangciso kwakuthiwe inqwelontaka yesibini kwakufuneke ihlale ibhabha phaa phezulu.
Die doel van die chopper wat Brigadier Fritz op sou wees.
The purpose of the chopper in which Brigadier Fritz would have been.
Ke eyona nto yayi le helicopter kufuneke kuyo Brigadier Fritz.
Was pertinent om te fokus om lugbeheer te neem.
Pertinently to focus on air control.
Yayi kuba azoqiniseka ngakombi kuba bazawulawula kwaba babhabha phaa emoyeni.
Van insidente wat buite die operasionele omgewing van Brigadier Kalitz plaasvind.
About incidents that were outside the control of Brigadier Fritz.
Wayeza ukwazi kuba alawule ke kwizinto ezingekho ngaphantsi kolawulo ke ngoku lwaka Brigadier Kalitz.
Was it Brigadier Kalitz? Brigadier Kalitz.
Maar hy sou ook vir Luitenant-Kolonel Botha aan boord gehad het.
But he would have also had on board Colonel Botha.
Wayezoba napha kwakunqwelontaka ke uColonel Botha.
Om die uiteendryf aksie te verfilm.
To film the continuation, the dispersion action.
Ukuba azokwazi ukuthi ke ngoku azofota ngevideo njengoba abantu bazobe bechitha-chithwa apho.
Daar was my oorgedra dat die betrokke Squirrel helikopter.
It was reported to me that the Squirrel helicopter in question.
Kwathiwo ke mka ba le nqwelontaka yayibizwa uSquirrel.
Slegs 2.5 ure vlugtyd tot sy beskikking het vir die dag.
Only had 2.5 hours flying time for the day.
Ya ba nokupapa ke okanye kubhajwe ngayo phezulu iiyure ezimbini nemizuzu engamashumi amathathu.
Met die wat die operasie nie om 15:30 begin het nie.
The operation not having started at 15:30.
Ba le operation ya inoqala ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu.
Was daar eers gewag vir die uitrol van die defensiewe materiaal.
We had to wait for the rolling out of the defensive material.
Sokulindela into yobana ke ngoku kwethatha unyathelo apha kwakuzokhutshwa ke ngoku ezinto ezisetyenziswa ukwenza ukhuselo.
En daarna en voor offensiewe materials geïmplementeer sou word.
And thereafter, before the implementation of the offensive material, offensive measures.
Apho ke ngaphambi ke ngoku kuzothathwa amanyathelo ke ngoku ango.
Was ons bewus daarvan dat daar nog steeds 'n waarskuwing gegee sou word wat waarskynlik 20 minute of selfs langer sou wees.
We are aware that some warning could be given within 20 minutes.
Sisazi into yoba kwakuzokhutshwa isilumkiso kuyimizuzu engamashumi amabini.
And even longer.
Or even longer, in 20 minutes or even longer.
Kwamizuzu engamashumi amabini.
En dit was die rede hoekom Brigadier Fritz nie reeds in die lug was om 15:30 nie.
That is the reason why Brigadier Fritz was not airborne already at 15:30.
Ilondo ke wayengekabi phaa emoyeni ekunqwelontaka ngexesha emva kwentsimbi yesithathu Brigadier Fritz.
Toe ons op die radio waarneem dat daar eerste aanslag was op die polisielyn.
We learned from the radio that there was an attack on the police line.
Sava phaa kunomathotholo ke ngokuba kukho uhlaselo olwenziwa kumapolisa anga enze umgca.
En OOP lede reeds rubber en skokgranate en CS gas gebruik het.
The members had been using the CS tear gas
the POP members had used rubber, stun grenades and tear gas.
And tear gas.
Ngoku sava ndoba amalungu ke ngoku ange-POP asebenzisa imbumbulu i-stun grenades kunye nezintwiziso ezi-tear gas.
Het ek vir Brigadier Fritz gesê hulle moet nou onmiddellik in die lug kom.
I then said to Brigadier Fritz they must be airborne immediately, it must go up.
Daye ndathi ngoko nangoko ke ngoku mabahambe ke ngoku bona Brigadier Fritz bakhwele ke kunqwelomoya.
En ook vir hom gesê om terugvoer te gee.
And also asked him to make a report back.
Ndamcela uba ke ngoku andinike ingxelo.
Voorsitter, om u vraag te antwoord.
Mr. Chairperson, to answer your question.
Uba ndizophendula ke ngoku umbuzo wakho sihlalo.
Daar was deurlopende kommentaar vanaf die ander chopper, Charlie 1.
Continuous communication from the other chopper.
Kwenye ke ngoku inqwelomoya kwasasinonxibelelana ke ngoku olaliqhubekeka apho.
Ook vanaf die operasionele bevel vir Papa 1.
And also from the operational commander, Papa 1.
No kulo commander we operation wayibizwa Papa 1.
En dit was hoofsaaklik die twee roepsyne wat die
and it was
die radiokanaal
particularly
geoccupeer het.
these two call signs that were mostly occupying the radio.
Zazi ke ngokezona ke ngoku channel zimbini ezi ke ngoku zazi kwakusetyenziswa zona ngakumbi apho kwakho udlwana ndlobe ngonomathotholo.
Voorsitter, daar was selfs 'n stadium wat dit seker omtrent vir meer as 3 minute.
Mr. Chairperson, there was a stage where more than 3 minutes
wat daar geen radiokommunikasie plaasgevind het.
Where no radio communication took place.
Kubekho ixesha ke ngoku apho kudlule imizuzu emithathu kungekho unxibelelwano ke ngonomathotholo aba.
En dit is tipies wat gebeur wanneer iemand sy knoppie sal inhou.
And that is typically what happens if one keeps on if one keeps pressed on the button continuously.
Into ethi yenzeke ngoku xa umuntu eqhubekeka imane ecofa iqhosha.
Dan word radiokommunikasie in totaliteit uitgesny.
Then radio communication is totally broken, it's cut off.
Ke ngoku unxibelelwano ke ngoku luye ngoku walo liveske luphele.
I understand all that, but it still doesn't detract from the fact that you instructed him to climb into the chopper after shooting had taken place at the Kopi, he says. You instructed him to fly to the area and give a situational report. He got in the chopper, he went away, 40 minutes, you didn't see him for 40 minutes, and during that time you received no situational report from him at all.
Injalo kodwa ke uthe makaqala khole pha kunqolomoya ayokunika ingxelo bakwenzeka ntoni ke ngoku akunike nengxelo kodwa emva kwemizuzu engamashumi amane zange kubekho ingxelo ifumanayo eyayivela kuye.
Voorsitter, dit is wel so.
Mr. Chairperson, yes, it is indeed so.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
En ek het ook verstaan hoekom dit so is omdat die radiokanaal so besig was.
I also understood why it is so because the radio channel was so busy.
Ndiyayazi nesizathu uba kutheni kwakunjalo ngokuba yayixakile kakhulu ke le channel yenomathotholo.
Net soos hy nie geleentheid gehad het, ek of die volgende persoon ook nie geleentheid gehad nie.
Just as he did not have the chance, the other people also did not have that chance.
Njengaye nabanye abantu nabo zange balifumane lo thuba.
En wat ek nie sou doen op daai stadium nie, voorsitter.
And what I wouldn't do at that stage, Mr. Chairperson,
into bengenakwazi yenza ngela xesha
is om te probeer inbreek op die radio.
Is to try and break into the radio.
Want as hulle besig met kommunikasie gaan presies gebeur die oomblik as ek my knoppie druk dan sny ek daai kommunikasie ook uit.
If they are busy on the radio communication and I cause a break in and then I cause a breakdown in that kind of communication.
The question you see that follows from all this is this. You wanted a situational report, as I understand it, on what was happening at the Kopi. That's why you sent Brigadier Fritz. Did you get such a situational report from anybody else?
Njengoba ufuna ke ngoku uBrigadier Fritz ayepha intabeni ke ngenqolo ndakakunika ingxelo bakwenzeka ntoni awuzange uyifumane ukhona omnye umuntu ngomnye oye wakunika ingxelo bakwenzeka ntoni ke ngoku phaya.
Voorsitter, ja, die terugvoer wat deurlopend gegee was deur Brigadier Kalitz en Luitenant-Kolonel Vermaak.
Yes, the continuous report back that was done by Colonel Vermaak and Brigadier
Kalitz.
Ewe yayilu thathathana nganxa into ababezithetha uBrigadier Kalitz kunye no Colonel Vermaak.
Kalitz was on the ground and Vermaak was in another helicopter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ewe
That is correct, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Njalo sihlalo.
General, just to follow up on that before I come back to the theme I was busy with, was Lieutenant Colonel... I'm sorry. When did you first hear that there had been shootings at scene 1? How did you hear it?
Shooting soos in skerpend ammunisie?
Shooting with sharp ammunition.
When did you first hear that people had been shot with sharp ammunition at scene 1 and killed?
Uqala nokuva into bapha kuyindawo yesiganeko sokuqala abantu badutyulwa ngembumbulu zentsimbi baze badutyulwa ngembumbulu zentsimbi baze basweleka.
Voorsitter, ek kan nie presiese tyd onthou nie. Dit moes waarskynlik in die omgewing van 4:30 of selfs later gewees het.
I can't be precise, Mr. Chairperson, but it could have been in the region of about 4:30 or thereabout.
Andinawukwazi ukuxelela banginepilo nexesha kodwa mhlawumbi pha bekungecala emva kwentsimbi yesine.
Lack of a report, a situation report from Brigadier Fritz from the air, from the chopper. Did that hamper your operation in any way? Did it have any effect on it?
The question. Sorry. Commissaris, nee, nie werklik nie.
Commissioner, not really.
Want Brigadier Fritz sou in dieselfde lugruim gewees het by dieselfde insident as wat Luitenant-Kolonel Vermaak was.
Because Brigadier Fritz would have been in the same space as Brigadier
Luitenant-Kolonel Vermaak.
Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak.
Zoba kwindaweni enye kunye no Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak.
So commissaris, hulle sou basies gesirkel het net op verskillende hoogtes.
They would have circles only at different heights.
Maar daardeur wil ek nie sê dat as jy aan die een kant is en iets gebeur aan die ander kant dat jy obviously iets kan waarneem wat die ander persoon nie waargeneem het nie.
But I don't want to say if one is on the other side, one would observe the same thing that one sees from a different angle.
And now ndobana ke ngoku le omnye ayibona kwenye indawo nomnye omnye kuqala uyayibona.
What your own statement says is at page 11, para 25, was from 1545, Brigadier Collitz and Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak started with continuous feedback over the police radio as to the developments of the copy. That's in accordance with what you said. That's why Fritz couldn't get through, because they were busy with continuous feedback as to the developments of the copy. And then the statement goes on, it was mentioned that at around 1555, when the police started deploying the barbed wire, a group from the protesters armed with various weapons flanked the vehicles deploying the wire. Police came under attack. They tried to stop the advance with the water cannon, stun grenade, CS and double-bore rubber. The attempt was unsuccessful. Police members had to utilize force to defend themselves from a charging group. That's the first paragraph of paragraph 25. And then you go on to say, I was later told by Major General Naidu that the dispersion action had commenced at this time and that the protesters moved to a smaller copy in the close vicinity. The police advance to arrest the armed protesters was met, the grammar's wrong. The police advance to arrest the armed protesters was met by gunfire and attacks by armed individuals, resulting in police officers having to again employ force. So what that appears to be telling us is that you didn't know until later, when Major General Naidu told you what had happened, that apart from what had happened at scene 1, which is described, I take it, in the first paragraph of paragraph 25, you didn't know about scene 2 until substantially later. And I think you actually said that in your evidence last week. That's correct, isn't it?
Uthi ke ngoku wena into eyisenzeka pha wayixelwa emva kwexesha ngokuba ke ngoku kuthiwa uzange uyazi wathi nale kuhlaba sesibini okanye sesibini ude wabanulwazi ngayo emveni baseyenzekile.
Dit is correct. Daar was nie vir my onderskeid gewees in terme van tonele nie.
That's correct, Chairperson, but there was not the difference between the two scenes.
Weke inyani le kodwa kwangekho mahluko phakathi kwezihlo iziganeko ezimbini.
At the second scene, and you had no knowledge of that at the time.
Izinto zaseka kwisiganeko esisibini kodwa wawungenalwazi lwazo ngela xesha.
That's correct.
That's correct, sir.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
General, you say the first time you heard that people had been shot at scene 1 with sharp ammunition and killed was at 4:30 or sometime thereafter. That's what you've just said.
Uthi ke uqala uva abantu badutyulwe imbumbulu eziqobo kanye ezintsimbi ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesine. Kunjalo, General?
Ja, voorsitter, ek kan nie presies onthou nie.
I can't say precisely. I don't remember.
Now joba ngibandlela ngexesha nisakhumbuli.
Alles het baie vinnig gebeur en ek het ook gesê dit voel of tyd stil staan. Ek
aanvaar
dit was waarskynlik na 16:30.
It was as though time has come to a standstill. I accept it could have happened after 4:30.
Izinto zathi zenzeka ngokukhawuleza ke ndingamkela into ba into lento leyo ngabe yenzeke emva ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesine.
Well, 16:30 is the time you suggest. You said 16:30 or thereafter. And I have to put it to you that by 16:30, both scene 1, the deaths at both scene 1 and at scene 2 had already taken place.
Ke ngoku wena ixesha ke ukuzana lapha licala emva kwentsimbi yesine into endiyithetha kuwe into kuba ngeli xesha ke ngoku abantu babesosulekile kwisiganeko esenzeke phaa kwisehlo ekuqaleni nendawo le yesibini yesehlo.
Ek aanvaar die meeste van die sterftes.
I accept the majority of the deaths, yes.
Ewe ndiyamkela apho ndithi uninzi lwabaswelekayo.
We'll look at the evidence and see what it shows. It's not fair to debate that with you because you weren't on the scene seeing the shootings.
Ke ndiyawuyixoxa leyo nawe belapho ngoba iyoba into engafanelekanga into yoba ndixoxe nawe leyo njengoba ungekho lapho.
General, to go back to the problem with the, as you explained, the capacity of the radio system.
Asiya kungxaki ngoku yobukhulu kanye ukusebenza kwesystem leyo nomathotholo.
The police case has been put quite strongly that what happened on the 16th of August was, or the situation on the 16th of August was an unprecedented event.
Amapolisa ayibeka ngolu hlobo bathi ke ngoku lento eyenzeka nge-16 ka-Agasti yinto engazange ke yenzeke kwixesha elidlulileyo.
The parameters of the event included the following.
Iziganeko ezo ke zaziquka izinto ezilandelayo.
There were 3,000 and 4,000 protesters, between 3,000 and 4,000 protesters.
Abaqhankqalazi babelapho babengaphakathi kwamawaka amathathu uyatsho kwamane.
They were in an area which is not easily surrounded and isolated.
Babekwindawo engekho lula into ba ingarhanqa.
A significant number of them were armed,
uninzi labo ke babexhobile,
including some of them with firearms.
Abanye babo ke babephethe nemipu.
Some members of the group had apparently been emboldened through rituals.
Abanye ke baqiniswa isibindi ngendlela ke bathi kwenziwa ngayo amatiletile.
And some members of the group had already carried out some killings.
Abanye ke weliqala babesebebulele bona.
Is that a fair description of the broad parameters of the problem you faced, or the situation you faced?
Ndingathi ke ngokufutshane yiyo ke ingxaki enanijongene nayo leyo.
Dit aangehaal uit die openingsverklaring.
This is made clear in the opening statement.
If he quoted that.
Or the quotation you're making, is it contained in the opening statement?
No, it's not a quotation. It's my description of how I understand the parameters.
Andithethe into ebhaliweyo ke ndithetha into ke ngoku mna indlela endichaza endibeka ngayo.
Ja, ek kan vaar dis seker 'n wye omskrywing.
I accept, yes, it is a broad description.
Ndiyayamkela ke njengokuba ke ngoku ingcaciso ephangaleleyo.
Behalwe dat daar 'n pertinente kleiner groepie was van so wat 400.
Except that there was a pertinent smaller group numbering about 400.
Ngaphandle kokuthi ke ngoku kwakhona elinye iqela elo elalinabantu abambalwa ngathi mhlawumbi babengamakhulu amane bona.
Fine, thank you. And as you explained to the Commission last week, the problem of radio capacity can be avoided if in advance you put the necessary infrastructure in place, but that infrastructure was not obtained for this operation.
Uthi ke lengxaki yabaphando amathotholo ngakwazi ukuthi lonto ithintelwe ukuba ke ngoku nikwazi ufumana ingqalasinda esifanelekileyo kodwa lonto zange yenzeke ngelo xesha.
Voorsitter, my beperkte tegniese kennis van die radiostelsels.
My limited, Chairperson, my limited knowledge of these technical systems.
Ulwazi lwami oluncinci ke ngoku ngezi system ezisetyenziswa ngobuchule buqhakalala.
Verstaan ek dat daar pertinente versterkers moet geplaas wees.
I understand that there should be certain strength added.
Ndiyaqonda uba kufuneka kubeka indlela ethile eziqiniswa ngayo.
En dat sodanig versterkers op hoë grond moet geplaas wees.
That such a strengthening mechanism should be put at a higher
and the English word is boosters.
Boosters, that's the correct term, yes. That these boosters would be placed at a high altitude.
High ground.
On a high ground.
Ukuba ke ngoku lezo zinto ezakwenza into ezo zinto ezakwenza uba ziqinise isebenze ngendlela ebhetele zikwazi uba zifakwe zityenziswe.
Understand that, General. You also explained what I understood would be a different system or mechanism, that where you've had some very large events, you've had to create systems where there can be communication on more than one channel, but special infrastructure is necessary for that.
Ke ngoku uthi ke ngoku kwakho iziganeko ezikhulu apho kwakufuneka ke ngoku nikwazi ukuba nisebenzise londlela yenu yoba nonxibelelwano.
Ja, voorsitter, dit is so, dit is baie te doen met die infrastruktuur wat beskikbaar is.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, but this has more to do with the available infrastructure.
Ke ngoku lento into kwenza nezixhobo zokusebenza ezanelekileyo xa zikhona.
So 'n stedelike gebied,
in an urban area,
apha ke ezidolophini,
sal sodanige infrastruktuur meer gereedelik beskikbaar wees.
Such infrastructure would be readily available.
Izixhobo ezosebenza lo hlobo ke ngoku bezinokuba zihlale zikhona.
In 'n landelike gebied is dit dan nou gewoonlik minder beskikbaar.
But in a rural area, this would be limited. Would be less available.
Kuba kwindawo ezisezilalini ke ngoku ezo zinto ezinjalo bezinobambalwa kakhulu.
I understand. And what happened on this day was that it wasn't anticipated that such special equipment or installations or infrastructure would be necessary, and as a result you proceeded on with the equipment which was usually available to the police.
Ngoke kule operation zanga nibone ba kuzawuba imfuneko yokuba kubekho izixhobo ezithile ezizawusetyenziswa ngoku naye nahamba nezi ninazo ke nina njengamapolisa.
Voorsitter, ons het ons verlaat op 'n tegniese kundige, 'n radiotegniese kundige.
We
We relied upon a radio technical expert. I think that's what we did.
They're available.
We relied on a radio technical expert, kundige.
Yes, that's correct.
Saye saxhomekeka kakhulu kwiincutshe ke ngoku ezi zisebenza konomathotholo.
En die kolonel het vir ons gesê dit is die twee kanale wat julle tot julle beskikking het.
The colonel told us that these are the two available channels on which you could operate.
Watsho nokeleni into yobana ziitshanel ezimbini ke ezikho eningakwazi uba nisebenze ngazo ezi.
Maar gegee die uitrol van die operasie wat ek reeds verduidelik het soos ons dit voorsien het.
But given the outroll of the operation as I have already explained.
Kodwa ke ngenxa ye-operation le njengoba bendisendichazile.
Was ons gemaklik om die operasie te doen op daai betrokke kanale.
We were
is a good translation. We're comfortable.
We're comfortable
about proceeding with the equipment available to us.
Operate on the equipment that we had available.
Saye so neliseka ke into kuba singakwazi ukuhamba ngezixhobo zosebenza ezisasinazo.
General, with the benefit of hindsight again, and I stress that, because as I said at the outset, what I'm particularly interested in is what can be done to avoid problems of this kind in future. So with the benefit of hindsight, one of the lessons learned from this episode is that inadequate radio communication systems were a major problem.
Ekuzameni ukubonisa ke ukuba kwixesha elizayo engathintelwa njani lolu hlobo kodwa ke ngoku ingxaki ebezikho apho ke ngoku kakhulu ibe zingxaki ngoku zothothona ke ngoku kunomathotholo.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat die Tetra systeem of die digitale systeem is 'n baie beter systeem.
Mr. Chairperson, I have explained that the Tetra digital system is a better system.
En wat baie voordele bied bo die analoog systeem.
Which has better advantages than the analog system.
Sebenza ngcono ke ngoku inceda ngaphezulu kwale ibizwa i-analog.
Met die voordeel van nabetragting.
With the advantage of
benefit of hindsight.
With the benefit of hindsight.
Uba singasebenzisa ke londlela leyo yentekelelo.
En dat ons weet in 'n situasie soos wat hom afgespeel het in Marikana.
As generaal
dit wat ons nou weet
with what we now know has happened in Marikana.
Ngalena ke into sisiyazuba yenzekile pha eMarikana.
Besef ons maar terdeer die beperkings wat die analoog stelsel met een kanaal vir ons.
We realize the limitations with the one channel.
Siyabona ke ngokuba iba into ningxaki xa kusetyenziswa i-channel enye.
I understand that, General. What puzzles me is why that is not mentioned in Exhibit L as a problem and a lesson learnt.
Ndiyakuva ke ngoku into endothusayo into yokubana le nto phaa kuxwebhu u-L lamapolisa ayikhankanywanga kwaye anitsho nokuba ngesiphi isifundo enisifundileyo kuloo nto leyo.
Dit was waarskynlik 'n oorsigfout.
It was possibly an oversight.
Ewe yinto ke ngoku singazange sinikele ngqalelo leyo.
I'm sure Mr. Semenya will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall Exhibit L mentioning any shortcomings or problems that were discovered during this operation.
Kodwa ke uyandixolela kodwa andikhumbuli nemmeli wamapolisa esitsho into yokuba ngeli xesha la operation yintoni ubunzima bona amapolisa bathi badibana nabo.
I can't recall any. Can you recall any?
Andikhumbuli mna zikhona ke wena ozikhumbulayo.
Ek kan nie nou skielik dink in L dat daar pertinente vermelding gemaak is soos ek dit ingesit het.
I can't remember right now just whether any was mentioned in Exhibit L.
Andikhumbuli ke ngokuba zikhona ezithe zachazwa phaa kuxwebhu u-Exhibit L.
See, the problem I have, General, is that the purpose of Exhibit L is to explain to the Commission what happened so that it can make findings and we can avoid these events in future.
Ingxaki endinayo ngo-Exhibit L xwebhu lamapolisa yinto yokuba ke ngokuba kuzobhalwa izigqibo esizawuthathwa ukwenzela into yoba ixesha elizayo sizawukwazi ukuba into ezilolu hlobo sizithintele.
Surely for that purpose it should have included problems that were discovered.
Ngokuqinisekileyo ke bekufuneke kuqukwe nengxaki ekuthe kwahlangabezana nazo.
Van polisie se kant af, voorsitter, was dit nooit die intensie geweest dat
From the police side, Mr. Chairperson, it was never not the intention.
Kwicala ke lamapolisa leyo yayingasiyo injongo.
Dat daar net eenvoudig moet staat gemaak word op bewysstuk L nie.
That reliance would be based solely on Exhibit L.
Ukuba kuzawuxhomekekwa baxhomekeka phaa ku-Exhibit L.
Dit was altyd ons intensie dat dit ook deur verklaringe en ook deur getuienis.
It was also our intention that statements would be handed in and that evidence would be that our evidence would assist.
Injongo yethu kuba kwakuzokwenziwa istatement kwaye ke ngoku kunikwe nobungqina.
It wasn't included in the opening statement either, was it?
I think so, Chair. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Chair, I don't know at what time you wish to take the tea adjournment. I'm happy to proceed or I'm about to start a new aspect.
Kulungile ke ngoku
adjournment at this point.
Sayophunga ke ngoku iti. Singamen ngenyawo iyaqala i-commission. The commission is resuming.
Commission resumes. Major General is nog steeds oneerd. Before Mr. Budlander continues his cross-examination, I want to welcome Mr. Boye, a new interpreter who's come up from Cape Town to assist us. Thank you very much. I have sworn him in as a witness, as an interpreter already this morning. Mr. Budlander?
Thank you, Chair.
Uthanda ukwamkela qala ke uba uBoy oyitoliko vela pha eKapa kuthiwa sefungile ke.
General, we've discussed the problem with the radio system. The second problem when the operation was commenced and the barbed wire was rolled out was that the video operators were not in place. The POP video operators were not in place. But we
ingxaki ngoku eyesibini eyayikho ngaphandle kwaleyo nomathotholo into yokubana i-video ezizabantu be-POP zazingasebenzi.
And you've explained how that happened.
Uye wachaza unobangela walonto yintoni na.
Ek het verduidelik dis korrek voorsitter.
It is correct. I have explained that, yes.
Ewe inyani bensendichazile lonto.
And I'll come back to it in a different context a bit later.
Ndiyawuye ndithethe nawe xa sengoku sendiphethe omnye umxholo.
The third problem was that Colonel Botha and Brigadier Fritz were not in the air at the time when the action started.
Enye ingxaki yesithathu into yokuba ke ngoku uColonel Botha noBrigadier Fritz babengekho phaa kunqwelomoya ngeli xesha ingxaki iqala.
And as a result, they were not able to record it or to tell you what was happening.
Yeso sizathu ke zange bakwazi ukurekhoda okanye baxelele bakwenzeka ntoni na.
Now, you've explained this afternoon why that was. You say that the intention was that they should go up once stage 3 proper was about to commence. Is that correct?
Kodwa uchazile into yokuba kutheni kwakunjalo ngokuba uthi kwakufuneka baye benze lonto emvani ba phambi bakuqalwe ke ngoku inqanaba elesithathu.
Ek het verduidelik wanneer die offensiewe aksies begin plaasvind, is korrek.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I understood you correctly. The answer is, of course, your case is the offensive actions as such never started. They were only intended to be in the air, is that right? When the offensive action started, or when... Well, yes, that's right, isn't it?
Wanneer die uiteendryf aksies begin, dis reg, voorsitter.
They were intended to be in the air at the beginning of the dispersal actions. But before the dispersal actions could begin, there was what the National Commissioner called the disruption, namely the attempt by some of the protesters to breach the line, as it were, before all the wire was deployed. Is that correct?
Dis korrek, voorsitter.
Kodwa kufuneka bepha nebepha emoyeni phambi bakuzoqala ukuhlakazwa abantu kodwa njengoba ke kwakukhutshwa ucingo oluhlabayo kulapho kwabakho ke ngoku ukuphazamisa okhoyo inyani leyo.
And the problem was that you didn't anticipate what happened immediately after the barbed wire, or immediately once the barbed wire started being rolled out. You hadn't thought that there would be difficulties at that point.
Zanga nicingela ibiza kwenzeka lento yathi yenzeka ngela xesha kwakukhutshwa ucingo oluhlabayo.
Voorsitter, die handeling van die groepie was nie geantisipeer nie, dis korrek.
The action of the group had not been anticipated, yes, it is correct.
Weke isenzo senziwa ke uleli qala zange sicingela bingenzeka lonto.
Yes, you thought it would be rolled out without any untoward incident which would require anyone in the air to observe it or to issue instructions.
Na zange nilindele ke ukuba iza kwenzeka lonto apho nanizawuthi ke uku into izawubona nangabo babebhabha kunqolontaka.
Die taking van Luitenant-Kolonel Botha was om die uiteendryf aksie waar te neem.
Lieutenant Colonel
Botha
was on the what is in drive?
Dispersal.
Was on the dispersal action group.
Lieutenant Colonel Potter ke why
The idea, he was to be in position when the dispersal operation commenced. He was there to make a video, as I understand, of the dispersal action, and that had not yet commenced when the other problems arose.
Lieutenant Colonel Potter kwakuzofuneka abe kwelo qela ke ngoku lalizawuthatha ivideo xa kuhlakazwa isihlwele.
Now, General, I'd like to explore with you a bit the pre-positioning and the rollout of the barbed wire.
Ngoku ndiyawuthanda uba siye ke ngusiyothetha ngalaa mba wokukhutshwa kolucingo oluhlabayo.
You have explained that this is not an offensive measure, it's a defensive measure, and so no warning is required by the standing orders.
Uthi ke ngoku elo linyathelo lokhusela ngokuya kwe-standing order ayinto imfuneko leyo.
That is correct, Voorsitter.
It is correct.
Kunjalo.
I want to explore with you the two questions which that leaves, namely, first, whether despite that a warning should have been given, and secondly whether a warning was in fact given.
Ndiyakubuza ke uphethe kwalo nto umbuzo imibuzo emibini. Okokuqala into yokubana kwakufuneke kukhutshwe isilumkiso na. Umbuzo wesibini ngokubana yenzeka loo nto leyo yokuba kukhutshwe isilumkiso kulumkiswa abantu na.
Now, you said at one stage in your evidence that the reason for the barbed wire was explained to the leadership group of the 400 at the front.
Uthe ebungqineni bakho into yokubana ke ngoku isizathu sokukhutshwa olucingo oluhlabayo kuye kwaxelela ke ngoku iinkokheli ezi zeli qela zazingaphambili.
Voorsitter, ja, ek het verduidelik dat die terugvoer na die JOC toe was sodanig dat toe daar navraag gedoen is deur die leier van die klein leierskapsgroep.
What I have explained is that the report back to about the JOC was of such a nature that
Voorsitter, ekskuus tog, dit is vir my baie moeilik as ek besig is met 'n sinskonstruksie en ek moet elke keer teruggaan. So ekskuus, die tolk vra vir my om terug te gaan en dan probeer ek eers dink nou net die woorde wat ek gebruik het.
You understand the interpreter has taken over. He's got to get accustomed to the rhythm of these things.
Yeah.
You were talking, I think, about the leader of the small group. That's the small group of protesters. You were going to make a point about that when you stopped. The interpreter jumped in, but perhaps you can go back to the beginning of that sentence and start again.
Uzawuqhubeka ngoku athethe kulaa nto ngoba bemile besathetha ngenkokheli ke yela qela labantu abambalwa.
Nadat die leier van die kom ons sê nou maar meneer Nokkie, nadat hy navraag gedoen het oor die doel van die draad.
After the report back that had been given and Mr. Nokkie was making inquiries about the barbed wire.
Emva kwengxelo yakhutshwayo ke ngeli xesha ke ngoku umhlekazi Nokkie wayebuza ke imibuzo ke ngolucingo oluhlabayo.
Was daartoe oorgedra om wat die doel van die draad is.
It was reported to him what the purpose of the wire was.
Waxelelwa ke ngoku isizathu soba kukhutshwe olucingo oluhlabayo kuba yintoni na.
Yes, and if I understood you correctly, you said that this was also explained over the public address system. Is that correct? Did I understand correctly?
Yakuva kakuhle na into yokuba wathi le nto yaye yachazwa napha kule miboko okanye iimegafoni ezindisebenzisayo zikwinqolo yenu.
Voorsitter, dit is hoe ek dit verstaan het.
That is how I understood that.
Indlela mna endandiyiqonda ngayo leyo.
Synde dat die onderhandeling tussen die polisie krisisonderhandelaars
that the talks were about the
crisis negotiators, I think. I think that's what the witness is talking about. The police crisis negotiators.
The discussion.
People who were dealing with the police people, group dealing with the crisis, and then he didn't give us the verb, so we don't know what they did.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku aba bamapolisa babesebenza ngeengxaki ezikhoyo benza uthetha bebengakasiniki ngoku ingxelo.
Sodanige gesprekvoering het plaasgevind vanuit 'n polisie Nyala.
That discussion had taken place from the police Nyala.
La ngxoxo ke yathi yabanjwa phaa ngaphakathi kwehipo yamapolisa.
En dat dit vanaf 'n polisiekant af plaasgevind het oor 'n publieke adresseringsstelsel.
And it was actually from the side of the police with regard to addressing the system.
This communication took place from the police side by means of the use of a public address system.
Le olu thethana ngokula yenzwa ngamapolisa besebenzisa indlela yabo yobuxhakaxhaka lokwenza uthethathethano.
I now understand a bit better. Was the purpose of using the public? Well, you went there, General. It's not fair to ask you questions about it. Who reported to you on what had happened there? We can ask that person about it.
Ngokuba ke ukona ongekho phaa uxelelwe ngubani into eyenzeke phaa ngoba ngoyena mntu ufanelekile uba funeka abuze lo mibuzo lowo.
Voorsitter, soos ek onthou was dit waarskynlik Papa 1 Brigadier Kalitz.
Insofar as I can remember, it was Papa 1 Brigadier Kalitz.
Xa ndikhumbula kakuhle ke yayingupapa 1 lo ubizwa waziwa njengobrigadier Kalitz.
Thank you. I'll ask him about that.
Enkosi ke nguye ke nzombuza loo nto leyo.
Now, I want to suggest to you that when the barbed wire was rolled out, it was likely that some of the people on the koppie would think that they were being surrounded or encircled.
Ndiyaxelela ke into yoba ngeli xesha kwakukhutshwa ucingo oluhlabayo abanye abantu ke ngoba phaa entabeni babezocinga into yobana bayarhangqa.
And I'll show you why I say that, and you can then comment on it.
Ndizawuxelela uba kutheni ndisitsho nje kwaye ndizakupha ithuba lokuba mawuphawule ke ngoku.
The first, I want to refer to Colonel Makubela.
Oqala ke ndiyawuthetha ngoColonel Makubela.
He has 32 years' experience of public order policing.
Apha kwi-POP unamava ke eminyaka eyi-32.
And he was in charge of the deployment of the Nyalas with the barbed wire.
Nguye ke owayekhokela ke kwezi hipo zazitsala olucingo oluhlabayo.
Is that correct?
Kunjalo?
Dit is correct, voorsitter.
It is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to ask that you be given a copy of his statement, which we've been given by the police.
Ndizawucela ke ukuphiwe ikopi yentetho ayenzileyo.
You'll see that there is a handwritten version which is signed, which is behind, and in front is a typed version which is unsigned.
Yabona apha ngaphambili ke ngoku kutayipiwe apho kutyikityiwe khona enye yesibini ilingatyikitywanga.
Take it this will be exhibit G9.
You have it, General?
Nee, voorsitter, ek het nie 'n kopie nie.
Seems you're the last one to get it. Sorry. Now you got it. Now, I'm going to work off the typed version, which was also provided by the South African Police Service. It's easier to read. Paragraph 2, Colonel Makubela says the following. During the said operation, my task was to surround the said employees with barbed wire at the place they had gathered at a small hill near Vondukop village. The next paragraph he says, I also state that I was in command of the armoured vehicles, 6 in number, which were to spread out barbed wire. There were about 5 members, SAPS, per each armoured vehicle. And then over the page, paragraph 6. I also state that the aim to use barbed wire was to manage to control the said employees to be searched, as only one entrance or exit was to be made for the weapons they were having. That's what Colonel Makubela thought the purpose was of the rolling out of the barbed wire.
Uyatsho ke ngoku yena uColonel Makubela into yoba isizathu acinga uba kwakufuneka abantu barhanqwe ngecingo elihlabayo ngaso into yokubana phaa kulaa ndawo yevandetkop njengoba yayinguye wayengomele amapolisa ke phaa kwiihipo ezazintandathu uthi ke ngoku isizathu into yokubana bakwazi ukuthi abantu ke ngoku babasetshe kakuhle kwaye kulaa ndawo iphumayo ikhokhelela phaa kwindawo yokuhlala.
Then I want to show you, I'm sorry this is such a long question, but I think it's better if I put the different statements to you at the same time.
Chair.
Then the next one is a statement by, I'm sorry.
Chair, just for the record, there is also a supplementary statement of the witness where a different reason is offered by the same witness for the use of the barbed wire. What statement is it?
Perhaps we can ask that witness when he comes, but he's made, yes.
No, but for fairness to the witness, he ought to know that there is a different account given by that witness in relation to the use of the barbed wire.
Kunto funezwe ke ukulingqinapha into yokubana wayithetha ngenye into engenye elicingo lihlabayo lathi lasetyenziswela yona izizinto ke ngokazichazayo yena uKenneth Makhubela.
All I'm putting to the witness is that on the 19th of August 2012.
We know that. Surely the point all that need to be put is that this is what he said in this statement. He may have said something else in a later statement, but he did say this and he did sign it and he did swear it was true. Yes. So, but the witness knows, this witness knows, that that wasn't Colonel Macabela's last word on the subject.
Yes.
They did say something else. So I imagine that deals with the problem. Yep. All right, Mr. Semenya nods his head, which indicates he agrees. So let's carry on.
Thank you. Then the next statement is a statement by Constable Mwaketsi. Sorry, I'm give him two. Give him Mwaketsi.
Statement esilandelayo ke ngoku ke senzwe nguConstable Mwaketsi.
I'm going to ask that the witness be given two statements also produced by the police chair. One is Constable Mwaketsi and the other is Constable Tebetsile.
Ngoke statement ezinye ezimbini esoqala ngesaka Mwaketsi sesibini ndicimba
E10 and triple G11.
Ngesaka Tebetsile.
Constable Mwaketsi statement triple G10, Constable Tebetsile triple G11.
If we go first to Constable Mwaketsi's statement, could you go to paragraph 5? Where he says,
sorry,
11.
Charles, stop there.
One for Kitsi and the other. Oh, it's the big one.
Jim, may I proceed? Constable Mwaketsi, paragraph 5 says, a command has been issued by Brigadier Karlitz for the Nyala drivers to drop the barbed wire on the ground to encircle those gathered crowd with the intention to disarm and disperse them. Do you see that?
Uyayibona apho ke ngoku into bakhutshwa umyolelo ke ngoku nguBrigadier Karlitz kubaqhubi ke ngoku bezihipo into yokuba bakhuphe ucingo lihlabayo emhlabeni ukwazi barhanqe abo babebuthene apho ke ngoku ngenjongo yokuba babathathe izixhobo kwaye babachitha-chithe. Uyayibona leyo?
And then could you go to Constable Tebetsile statement, triple G11?
Ungaya ku triple G11 kwintetho yenziwe nguTebetsile.
Paragraph 3. Some of them were... I'm sorry. Do you not have Tebetsile?
I do not have that.
My apologies.
I've got two copies of the typed version of Constable Mwaketsi. I know whether I've got the witness.
should Chair have a typed version and a handwritten version?
I have, yes. I've got two typed versions of Councillor Moketsi, and I thought maybe I had the witness's copy, but if I haven't...
We found another one, Chair.
Yes, all right.
My apologies, General. Would you look at then Constable Tebetsile, paragraph 3. He says, some of them were carrying knopkiris and pangas, and it was alleged that some of them having guns. The main aim for us was to encircle them with barbed wire and disarm them peacefully. Paragraph 4. As soon as Nyalas put barbed wire and we tried to encircle them, they started to move towards the western side of the hill. When we tried to block them with Nyala, they started to move further towards our top vehicle.
Uthi ke ngoku apha abanye babo babephethe ke ngoku amagqudu kunye ke ngoku nephanga kwakuthiwa abanye babo banayo nemipu. Injongo yethu yokuba sibarhanqe ke ngocingo oluhlabayo kwakuba masibabekise phantsi izixhobo ngoxolo ekubeni sivile ekubeni inyala ke ngoku sezikhuphe ucingo oluhlabayo sizamile ukuba rhanqa baqala ukuhamba ke ngoku baya ngokucala lasentshona apho ke ngoku ngakuyinduli sithe kubeni sizama ke ngoku ubavalela ke ngoku ngehipo baze bona bahamba phambili baza ngentla kwimoto ezazingentla.
And I want to suggest to you that if the person in charge of the operation and some of the people carrying it out thought that the purpose was encircling, it's not surprising that some of the people on the copy also thought that it was an encircling operation.
Ndiyaxela ke into yokuba abantu kwakuthiwa mabenze lo msebenzi nabo babecimba kuthiwa mabarhanqe abantu akuthusi ke naxa abaqhankqalazi babecimba nabo bayarhanqelwa ngela xesha.
Would you like to comment on that?
Ufuna ukuphefumula kulo nithetheka ngolo hlelo.
Voorsitter, ek kan net sê wat die plan bedoel het.
I can only talk about what the plan was intended for.
Ndingachaza nje into yokuba isizathu sokuba kwenziwe isicwangciso yayintoni na.
Ek sal graag wil weet wat hierdie twee betrokke lede verstaan onder die term encircle.
I would love to know what the two members understand from the term encircle.
Ndifuna ke ukuqonda into yoba bona baqonda ntoni ngeli gama elithi ukurhanqa.
Het ook vroeër in my getuienis verduidelik.
I had explained earlier in my evidence
bensenditshilo ngaphambili kubungqina bam
dat dit 'n opsie was wat ons waarskynlik op die Dinsdag of die Woensdagoggend bespreek het.
That this was an option we had discussed on the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
Into ke esasithethe sixoxe ngayo ngoLwesibini nangoLwesithathu.
Weens die praktiese uitvoerbaarheid daarvan het ons dit verwerp.
Because of the practical implementation thereof, we discarded it.
Ngoke ngenxa yento yayiza kwenzeka apho siye sangayenzi lonto.
Practical non-executability of it, because practically it couldn't be executed. We discarded the idea. I think that's what he said.
Thank you.
Siye sangayenzi lonto.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat ons meer as 1.3 kilometer van Lemmetjiesdraad sou nodig gehad het.
I also have explained that we needed longer than 1.3 kilometers of that wire.
Ndichazile noba ngosasifuna ubude obungange 1.3 meters zelacingo.
Ek ook verduidelik dat dit gelyktydig dan sou moes ontplooi word.
I also explained that it would have to be implemented simultaneously.
Ndachaza into yoba kwakufuneka yonke lento yenzeke ngaxeshanye.
Voorsitter, as jy gaan kyk na die voorligting en die spesifieke Google kaart wat kolonel Scott gebruik het.
When I looked at the area
and
the Google aerial photo.
The Google area that Colonel
Scott
scored at
Google area photograph. When they looked at the Google area photograph.
Colonel Scott used when he briefed the commanders.
That Colonel Scott had used when he briefed the commanders.
Google le wayesethethe ngayo Colonel Scott phaa kwi-commander.
En ook die praktiese ontplooiing van die 6 nyalas op die betrokke dag van die 16de.
And the practical implementation of the
practical deployment.
Okay.
Of the 6 nyalas on the day.
The practical deployment of the 6 nyalas on
the 16th.
on the 16th.
Na ngendlela ezazithi ezihippo zi6 zithunyelwe ngayo pha kulandawo.
Dan sal jy kan sien dat dit net eenvoudig nie prakties moontlik was.
One would then be able to see that it would not be practically possible.
Umuntu wayebona ba kwakungasoze kubekho into ibe into elula ukwenzeka le.
Die groep te omsirkel nie.
To encircle the group.
Ukuthi kuhanqwe ke iqela eli.
Synde dat 5 van die nyalas in 'n reguit lyn was.
Seeing that 5 of the nyalas were in a straight line.
Ekubeni sibonile ukuba ihippo ezinhlanu zazenze umgca omde.
Ongeveer 80 meter uit mekaar uit.
And they were at about 80 meters apart.
Kwaye umgama phakathi kwazo yayizimitha ezingama-80.
En die 6de nyala was terugwaarts.
The 6th nyala was backwards.
Yayingemva ke le yesithandathu yona ihippo.
In 'n oostelike rigting geposisioneer.
Positioned in an easterly direction.
Imenga kwicala ke lasempuma.
So die totale afstand wat gedek was deur die nyalas was waarskynlik 400 meter.
The whole area that the nyalas had covered was about 400 meters.
Indawo ke zihippo ke ngoku zazime kuyo umgama yayingongeemitha ezingama-400.
En dat daar waarskynlik so wat 270 grade totaal oopgelaat was.
There was apparently about 270
degrees. 270 degrees.
270 degrees
left open.
That would be left open.
Kwakuzaba ke ngokwesithuba degrees ezinga-270 ezawuba sisithuba indawo evulekileyo.
Voorsitter, maar uiteraard was ek nie teenwoordig geweest toe Brigadier Kalitz of toe hulle die toeligting ontvang het nie.
I had not been present when Brigadier Kalitz had received the information.
Ndandingekho ngeli xesha uBrigadier Kalitz wayenikwa ingxelo.
My aanvaarding is dat dit sodanig oorgedra was tydens die toeligting.
What I accept is that this is what was conveyed during this informing session.
Into endiyamkela into yokuba yinto yathethwa ngeli xesha kwakukhutshwa ke ingxelo.
Dat Lieutenant Colonel Scott en Brigadier Kalitz.
And that Lieutenant Scott and Brigadier Kalitz.
Nokuba Colonel Scott no Brigadier Kalitz
kan getuig oor die besonderhede wat hulle aan verder oorgedra het aan hulle onderskeie bevelvoerders.
Could give evidence on the further information that they conveyed to their respective subjects.
Bazonika ubungqina ke bachaze ke ubungqina babo into yoba ngophi ingxelo abayinika abantu abasebenza ngaphantsi kwabo.
I understand that, and I understand it was not in fact the intention to encircle. What I'm exploring is whether it's surprising that some of the people affected thought that they were being encircled. And can I show you one other person who apparently also thought there was an encircling operation? Would you look at the, it's evidence given at the Commission. You've got in front of you a small pack of 5 or 6 pages, a record of the Commission. Can you see that? It's headed Marikana Commission of Inquiry.
Ikhona ke ukwenye into ebonisa uba abantu babecimba kuyo ukurhanqwa pha kukho elinye iphepha ke olunye uxwebhu oluqhubukhutshwa apha apho kukho omnye umntu naye wayecimba ke ngokuyo ukurhanqwa phaya.
I'm sorry, Chair, it seems we only have 2 for the Commissioners, if you don't mind. But it's the record.
Given already, if we read it out, we will.
It's the record.
I'm sure we will remember it.
I'm sure you will, Chair. Now, you'll see a page. This is the evidence given by the National Commission of Police.
Ke bubungqina boba unikwa ngu National Commissioner wamapolisa.
You see the bottom right-hand section of the first page is page 7252. Do you have that?
Ke ngosiyabona pha ezantsi phanga sekhohlo ezantsi ekunene kubhalwe 7252.
And you see in the middle of the page it says, page line 10, Mr. Bezos says, see, I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry. A separate group with 200 to 300. Would the tactics have been different? What do you say? And he goes on, and then line 15, General Piecha. There would be consistency in the tactics. The tactics would be to encircle, to disarm, and to disperse the people.
Okufutshane ke xa ndiphendula ke ngoku yena ke ngoku National Commission xa iphendula ke ngoku umbuzo wayebuzwa nguSenior Councillor Bezos uyawutsho ke ngoku yena uGeneral Pierre into yokuba ewe babeqhubekeka ukusebenzisa ubuchule babo kuba umsebenzi babezawenza kukurhanqa noba bekisa phantsi izixhobo kwaye bakuhlakaze izihlwele ezo.
Then could you go to the next sheet?
Cela uye kuchili iphepha elilandelayo.
The top right-hand block, page 7303.
Kuphepha ubuthi xa ujonge phanga sikunini phezulu ubhalwe 7303.
Line 10.
Kumgca weshumi.
General Piecha, advocate, those details my commanders will deal with, but the plan was to encircle, disarm, and disperse those who were there. You see that?
Bona pho ke ngoku athi advocate i-commanders am ngabo ke bazothi bafike apha bachanqathe kwezo zinto ezo kodwa ke isicwangciso yakuba barhanqwe babekiswe phantsi izixhobo kuze kwakhona kuhlakazwe abo bantu babelapho. Uyayibona leyo?
Ek neem dit waar, dankie voorsitter.
Then the next.
I do see it, yes.
I'm sorry. The next sheet, the top right-hand block, page 7319.
Kuphepha elilandelayo ke ngoku apha ngasekunene xa sijonge phezulu.
Line 20. This is General Piecha speaking. There was an illegal protest. There were people who were armed in that protest, and ours really was just to encircle them, to disarm them, and to disperse them. That's what we were here to do.
Uyatsho ke yena ke ngoku uGeneral Piecha into yokuba kwakukho uqhankqalazo ngakho semthethweni apho kwakukho abantu babexhobile kolo qhankqalazo. Thina okukodwa kwakufuneka sikwenze ukuba sibarhanqe sibabekise phantsi izixhobo kwaye size sibahlakaze yiloo nto sasilapho nje.
In the next sheet, the top right-hand block, page 7447, line 9.
Kuphepha elilandelayo kakhona kuphepha u-747 kumgca lo wethoba.
General Piecha, yes, I was aware because I said on our morning of the 15th, I did say, we endorsed her plan to go out to encircle, disperse, and ensure that those protesters are disarmed.
Uthi ke ndanilolwazi ukuba nditshilo ke ngentsasa ye-15 ukuba senze ke isicwangciso esi sakhe into yoba sihambe siyokurhanqa sihlakaze kwaye ukuqinisekisa into yokubana benziwe bababeka phantsi izixhobo abaqhankqalazi.
Then the next sheet,
phepha elilandelayo,
bottom left-hand block.
Apha ngezantsi ke ngoku ekhohlo.
Line 1.
Umgca
General Piecha, it is a fact that I did not relay this matter to the minister, and I have said to you that it is not necessary for me or even General Mbombo or any other person to say to the minister, now we are going to encircle, disarm, arrest, and disperse the crowd.
Uthi inyani leyo into yokubana khange nditsho le nto ke ngokumphathiswa kodwa benditshilo ukuba kuwe into yokuba bengafuneki into yoba mna okanye uGeneral Mbombo okanye omnye umuntu ayotsho kumphathiswa ukuba ngoku ke siyawurhanqa abantu sibabekise phantsi isixhobo sibabambe kwaye sihlakaze isihlwele.
It seems that the National Commissioner had a view that what the operation was in sequence was to encircle, disperse, disarm, arrest.
Ingathi ke ngondlela ibeka ngayo yena uNational Commissioner nawe ayibona ngolu hlobo into yokuba yona nto iza kwenziwa phaa into yokuba abantu barhanqwe bahlakazwe babekiswe phantsi izixhobo zabo baze babanjwe.
In any event, the action that always comes first in her account of it is encircling.
Phofu ke kulazula kanye nendlela abayibeka ngayo yona nto ayithetha kakhulu yileya yokurhanqa abantu.
In fairness to the witness who may not have been here while the general was giving the evidence, the plan to encircle, disarm, and do that was not through the use of a barbed wire. My learned colleague came to this on the premise that it was not surprising that people would think the deployment of a barbed wire was with an intention to encircle, disarm them. The evidence now being referred to was not with reference to the deployment of the barbed wire at all.
Kodwa kuthiwa ke ngoku yena uGeneral ngoku wayethetha izinto wayengabhekisi kwicingo ekukhutshweni kocingo lihlabayo ngeli xesha wayethetha ngokurhanqwa kwabantu.
You're referring to what is in slide 178 as phase 3. Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Semenya?
Bhekisa kule nto ibhalwe ku slide 172
That was the phase 3, Madam Commissioner.
Well, it does seem as if that's correct, that the encirclement was to take place, according to slide 178, after the dispersal into smaller groups had taken place.
I don't dispute that, Chair. That clearly is so, and that clearly was the plan.
So that the barbed wire itself wasn't going to encircle them.
No.
The encirclement was going to be physically by members of the force who were going to advance towards these smaller groups and...
No, Chair. With respect, no. I accept that there wasn't a plan to encircle the whole group. All I'm saying is that the National Commissioner, in her evidence, thought that the first step was encirclement. Thereafter, there's dispersal, disarmament, and arrest. You just have to read what she says. She always starts, we encircle, then we disperse, then we disarm, then we arrest. That's what she thought was what it was about. She's wrong, with respect.
In fact, if you look at the first one, it's really upside down. It's encircle, disarm, then disperse. I would have thought that. Anyway, Mr. Butler, I don't know I'm going to rule on this, because it seems to me that the views of the National Commissioner on this, and I intend no disrespect to her, on the basis of what was conveyed to her and what she then understood, aren't going to take this point of view any further. You've got the other points that you've made, and perhaps we can get the comment of the witness on that. But I don't think this case will stand or fall by the National Commissioner's understanding of the way she expressed it and the order in which she stated these various actions.
Ukuthiwa no-National Commissioner ke naye ngexesha wayethetha izinto uthetha into azixelelwayo ngoku akacingi uba ikhona into azawusinceda ngayo ke naye ukhansela xa engaqhubeki kabuze lo mbuzo lowo.
General, when the police action was planned, and I'm talking specifically about the rolling out of the barbed wire, was there any thought given to the likely or possible response of the strikers to the rolling out of the barbed wire?
Ngexesha ke ngoku amapolisa into babeceba into ezakwenzeka zange ke bacinge into ukuba xa bezokhupha ucingo oluhlabayo ukuba abaqhankqalazi bona bangenza ntoni xa bebona into isenzeka.
Voorsitter, correct?
It is correct.
Inyani.
General, did anyone say, if we do this, some of the strikers might think they're being surrounded or encircled and run forward to escape before the rolling out is completed?
Akho mntu ke wathi ke ngoku ukuba abanye babaqhankqalazi babona into isenzeka bangacinga bayarhanqwa kwaye bangabaleka ngaphambi kokubana ke ngoku kuthiwe nolucingo oluhlabayo.
Nee, voorsitter.
No.
Hayi sihlalo.
On the timeline which we have constructed from the SAP's photographs and video, the rollout of the barbed wire took more than 9 minutes.
Xa sijonga ke ngoku kumaxesha into esenzeka ngawo pha ezivela kumapolisa ukukhutshwa ke ngoku kolucingo luhlabayo kwathatha imizuzu ngaphezu kwelithoba.
Now I want to put it to you that if that is correct, that was also a problem.
Ndifuna ukuthi ke kuwe ukuba nyani lonto inyani nayo ngokwayo yaba ingxaki.
And I ask you, did no one say if we take a long time to roll out the barbed wire, that will give the strikers a lot of time to run forward around the front into the safe area?
Ndiyabuza ke into bakho umuntu oke wathi kuni ukuba nithatha ixesha elithi ukukhupha ucingo oluhlabayo abantu ke ngoku aba baqhankqalazayo bazawukwazi ukuba babalekele baye ngaphambili.
Voorsitter, eerstens weet ek nie, ek hoor nou dat dit 9 minute gevat het. Ek aanvaar dan vanaf 1 tot 4. Ek het nie daai presiese
9 minute.
9 minute.
Ja, u sê meter.
Minute.
Lapsus linguae.
9 minute. Ek hoor nou dat dit 9 minute gevat het vir die uitrol vanaf 1 tot 4. Dit is wat u sê, advokaat.
I don't know. I had not known. I'm only hearing this for the first time now that it is said that it took 9 minutes to roll out the barbed wire.
Zange ke ndivela ngiqala uva apha ke mna kuba lento ukuba kutsala kolucingo oluhlabayo kuthathe imizuzu elithoba.
Voorsitter, die aanvanklike bedoeling was dat dit gelyktydig uitgerol word.
The intention was that it was to be rolled out simultaneously.
Eyona njongo babe nayo kukuba mawakhutshwe wonke ke ngaxeshanye.
Maar dit was nie prakties moontlik nie gegeewe
It was not practically possible for the reasons
yayingasoze yinto elula ngenxa yezizathu
dat sou een van die voertuie besig wees om uit te rol en die draad hak vas.
that if one of the vehicles was to roll out and the wire would get caught,
ukuba ke ngoku ukuba enye yezinqwelo yayinokwazi ukutsala ke ngoku ucingo oluhlabayo kwaye kube ucingo lubanjwe,
Dan sê dit beteken dat daar 'n gaping is daar waar die nyala daar tot stilstand kom tussen daai nyala en die volgende nyala.
that would mean that there would be a gap wherever the nyala would come to a standstill, a gap between that one and the next nyala.
kwakuthetha uba ke ngoku kuzobakho isithuba esikhoyo phakathi kwehipo nenye.
Dis hoekom die een beweeg het tot by die posisie van die volgende een.
That was why the one moved up to the next one.
Iyo loo nto enye yathi yahamba yaya kwenye.
En so sou dit dan daarop volgens voortgaan.
And it would then proceed in that order.
Ja, zazizawuqhubekeka zonke ngaloo ndlela ke.
Voorsitter, ons kan net terugval in terme van ons ervaring, in terme van die kollektiewe ervaring wat daar is.
We can only fall back in terms of the of experience, in terms of what the situation was there.
Singathetha ke ngento eyenzekayo xa sibhekisa kwimeko eyayilapho.
En in die afgelope 17 jaar met meer as 150,000 gevalle van skare bestuur wat die polisie hanteer het.
In the past
17 jaar.
In the past 17 years, on the basis of experience that had been gained in the police operations, where there would be
more than 150,000 incidents.
150,000
incidents.
In more than 150 incidents. 150,000 incidents.
Kwiminyaka ke ngoku i17 le nayo ke xa ndithetha ndithi ke ngoku izehlo ezi 150 ngaphezulu kwe 150,000 okanye iziganeko ezithe zenzeka.
En ook in my persoonlike ervaring oor my 30 jaar.
And also on the basis of my personal experience over a period of 30 years.
Nangenxa yamava endinawo ke angaphezulu kweminyaka engamashumi amathathu.
Beweeg mense eenvoudig weg van so 'n versperring wat die polisie uitrol.
People would move away from such an encirclement that the police would be setting.
No, the encirclement word is going to cause trouble. The witness says his experience over 30 years is that people would move away from obstruction of this kind rolled out by the police.
Uthi ke kuminyaka le ngamashumi amathathu anamava apha epoliseni xa abantu bebona isithintelo esilolo hlobo baye bahambile kude kuso.
Agbare voorsitter, ek sien dat die tolk ook versperring verstaan as encirclement.
It's out. Maybe I should have used the word demarcation.
Chair, I'll settle for encirclement.
I'm sorry.
We won't agree to that settlement. Let's carry on.
General, I understand why the barbed wire wasn't strung out simultaneously from the four Inyalas, as you've explained. That could give rise to its own problems.
Yayiqonda yokuba kutheni ezi hipo zine zingakhange zikhuphe ngaxeshanye ngokuba ngokukwayo loo nto leyo yayizawudala ingxaki.
As you've explained.
Njengoba uchazile ke ngoku.
But the doing it one by one was the cause of another problem, which was a long delay, which gave people the opportunity to go around the front into the safe area, or to try to do so.
Ngoku ngoku le ukuba nikhuphe nisebenze iba ihipo inganye ikhuphe icingo kanye ngexesha nayo yaveza ingxaki ezithile ngoba yayinike nabantu ithuba lokuba bazobaleka baye ke kwimandla kanye kwindawo ethile.
Voorsitter, nou met die voordeel van nabetragting weet ons dit.
Voordeel van die
benefit in hindsight.
This now with the benefit of hindsight is what the witness said.
Thank you.
Uthi ke ngoku siyazi ke loo nto leyo ke xa sizawusebenza kakhulu intekelelo.
I understand that, and all I would put to you is that one of the problems now, looking back, is that this response of the strikers, or some of the strikers, was not anticipated, and the result was that no contingency plan was made to deal with that, if it happened.
Uthi ke lento yenziwa ngabaqhankqalazi zange ilindelwe bingenzeka ngokuba akukho sicwangciso esenziwayo esasawukwazi ukuba xa into enjalo yenzeka kulandelwe eso sicwangciso eso.
Voorsitter, ja, soos ons verwag het waarskynlik 90% plus van die mense het dan juis wegbeweeg van die draad af.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as we had expected, as we started, many people were moving away
from the obstruction.
He says
Away
90% of the people moved away. It was only about 10% who moved forward. Of course, 10% of 4,000 is about 400, and 10% of 3,000 is 300, which is of course the bad group. Anyway, but that's another matter we'll get on to later.
Uyatsho ke ngoku into yoba njengoba sasilindele uba kwenzeke njalo uninzi lwabantu ke baye bahambela kude kweso sithintelo sasilapho kodwa ke abambalwa bona bathi baya ngaphambili ku.
When you say 90%, you mean 90% of the 3,000. Is that right?
Voorsitter, nee, 90% van die kollektiewe getal.
Yeah, well, that was 3,000 roughly. Yeah. So
ja, 3,000, miskien 3,500, ja.
Yeah. Anyway, it's hearsay from you and from me, so we mustn't spend more time on it.
Uyatsho xa ethetha ke ngoku ngepesenti ke ngoku ezilishumi uthetha ke ngoku ngabantu ke ngoku xa edibanisa sonke sasihlwele esasiphaya.
Chair, I'm about to start a new topic. This might be a convenient time.
Voorsitter, is belangrik dat ek miskien die volgende sê.
Mr. Chair, it is important that I say the following.
Into ebalulekileyo ukuba ndithethe ezinto zilandelayo.
Voorsitter, uiteraard het ek as individu baie gedink in terme van hoe kan ons so 'n situasie anders hanteer.
I think it difficult as an individual how else we could have handled a situation such as that one.
Ndicinga into enzima ke into yokuba njengomntu njengokwam ke mna ubuqu imeko enjalo sasinokwazi loba sisombulule okanye sebenze ngayo ngendlela enjani.
En nou met die voordeel van nabetragting sien ons hoe dit uitgedraai.
With the advantage of the experience.
Hindsight.
Of the hindsight.
Hindsight, we can see how it turned out.
I now properly understand what could have happened.
Xa ndisebenza lento besiyibiza apha intekelelo ke ndiyayazi uba yintoni le bekumele yenzekile pha.
En ons as organisasie moet gaan kyk na meer effektiewe metodes om dan sodanige versperrings op te sit.
We shall, as an organization, have to go and look for much more and better methods of handling a situation such as that one.
Ngoku ke njengeziko siyawufuna indlela ezingcono nezibhetele zokwazi ukuba sisebenze phantsi kwemeko elolo hlobo.
Something more about that, or are you going to?
Voorsitter, ek kan net sê en as ek weer moet dieselfde situasie en dit wat ek nou weet, dan sou ek dit miskien oorweeg het.
Let me say, Mr. Chair, that if I was to be involved or experience a situation such as we experienced, then I would have to decide on
om voordat so 'n groep bymekaar kom 'n hele neutrale gebied te gaan afsper.
Going to encircle a completely neutral.
I think partition off is probably what the word is looking for. Partition off a whole neutral area.
Thank you, sir.
Is it before the people could gather on the
voordat hulle bymekaar kom?
Or before the people came together? Yes.
Into ebenoyenza ke kwimeko enjalo ukuba nothatha inxaxheba kwinto lelo hlobo benothatha isigqibo sokubana lo ndawo leyo sibeke isithintelo okanye sirhanqe ngaphambi kokuba abantu bayokubuthana kuloo ndawo leyo.
Dat dit waarskynlik sou behels dat ons 'n 360 grade versperring moes opgesit het wat die polisie sou omring.
that would actually have meant that we would have to put the wire around a 360 degrees of barbed wire for the police. The police is
Say to encircle the police. In other words, 360 degrees and barbed wire encirclement around the police.
Uthi ke ngoku lonto bekuzawufuneka into ba ke ngoku si rhanqele ke ngoku amapolisa ke senze into njengesanqa ngocingo lihlabayo.
Voorsitter, dan met beheerde toegang en uitgang uit die gebied uit.
That would take control of entry or exit of
what he
the
says with, I'm sorry,
area.
what he's saying with controlled exit and ingress to that area. So the encircled area, and then there'd be controlled entry and exit from that area.
Apho ke kulongingqi bazawukwazi ukulawula ke ngoku xa kungenwa naxa kuphunywayo.
Dit is al wat ek nou daar wil sê.
What you're going to say at this stage. We'll take the adjournment now until tomorrow morning at 9:30. As I've indicated, we will have a half-hour lunch tomorrow, and we will adjourn then at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Siyawuqhubeka ngomso eqala emva kwentsimbi yethoba ngomso ke siyawuthatha ilunch emizuzu engamashumi amathathu kwaye siyawugqiba ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu.